And
I'm Sunil Sharp.
And we're both part of the Give Us Tonight campaign. So I suppose just to start off, we wanted to just give you a bit of an intro to the event and also maybe talk about a bit about the work of the campaign and what has kind of led us to this event today. So I don't know, Sunil, if you want to just take from there.
Yeah, so the campaign is many years in the works. Originally, we were a single issue campaign, a lot of us circling around licensing reform. It's still something that we've to achieve, but we're getting increasingly closer. I sometimes describe it as a slow race at the finish line because we're tantalizingly close, but not quite there yet. But when we relaunched as a campaign, we never fully finished or ended. There was always some little bit of activity when we needed to be, but we knew we needed to come back as a public-facing campaign, and we needed to put all of ourselves into the campaign again. And that's when people like Robbie, like Michael Reddy, who many of you will know as well, joins the campaign. And there was a renewed energy behind what we were doing. But as we were doing it, we started to observe, we already had, but we started to observe that the loss and depletion of cultural space, of venues, of all types of cultural amenities was becoming common, not only for our communities, but for many communities around us. Something else that we'd spoken a lot about in the campaign, particularly in the early days, and it's something that we've seen some people do well in Dublin, but maybe some people not do enough in Dublin, was the concept of a multi-purpose space, a multi-use space, multi-use venues. So our conversations around licensing were quite often parked for conversations around space and how we could create new spaces. But something that we felt we had in common with everyone else was that we were losing spaces. So what we then kind of figured out was, well, we need to kind of butt into the conversation here. I've always been good at butting in. And it's probably not always been my best character trait when I was in school, but sometimes you find when you get older, you put some of these characteristics to better use. And it did mean that we started to talk and shout a little bit more about this and why this was important to us and why this was important to communities around us. And yeah, I mean, Robbie is coming from his own world and, you know, has a background in music and the arts. I'm coming more from a DJ background, but we meet in the middle on so many of these issues. And do you want to?
Yeah, like I suppose Sunil has kind of mentioned, and I say a lot of people in the room are living through, cultural communities in this country are facing a real existential crisis when it comes to their access to space. And there's a lot of kind of just, I suppose, negative implications of that, particularly when it comes to, I think, those communities being able to build kind of meaningful lineage, being able to kind of turn themselves into kind of true communities and not just be kind of, I suppose, individuals who are really sacrificing their lives just to keep their heads above water for the entirety of the duration of their existence, which is typically how these communities have to exist in this country. And like today, I think it will be just a good opportunity to kind of join the dots between people who have access to that infrastructure and people who are part of those communities, those cultural communities who need access to that infrastructure. And hearing from kind of people like Dimitri Hegeman from Trésor, who has been able to establish like a now very, very kind of internationally renowned cultural institution in the nightclub there in Berlin, and kind of the origins of how just even through having access to infrastructure, he has been able to be facilitated in that. I think that there is, unfortunately, I think the reality, there is a kind of an almost adversarial relationship between cultural practitioners and the property market. It doesn't seem like it's a welcoming place for cultural practitioners, but I think, particularly in the society that we live in, while maybe on the face of it, sometimes it can't be seen that there's a huge amount of monetary value in what cultural communities offer, there's a huge, deep amount of societal value that these kind of organizations bring to our cities and towns and to our society at large. And I think in the world that we're living in, where we see this divisive world opening up and unfolding before us at kind of a very heady pace, the role of cultural communities and artists and cultural practitioners is going to be more and more important. So at the end of the day, those communities can't exist if they don't have space. So hopefully today will be kind of an opportunity to hear from practitioners who are really, doing it in the most challenging circumstances and joining up those dots between people who are, actually living through the challenges that they experience, trying to actually open up spaces for cultural and social use in our cities and towns across the country and internationally, and people who have access to that infrastructure.
Yeah, and I mean, there are a couple of conversations, a number of conversations about the type of infrastructure that we're talking about as well. And typically arts communities, cultural communities, many types of creative communities use repurposed spaces, repurposed buildings. That's something that we're good at. We're resourceful. We're good at seeing the opportunity in a space that others may not. So there's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of expertise in this room that if you show them different types of spaces, and we'll get to some of that later, they will have ideas of what to do with that to generate opportunities that other people may not. There is another question, and I suppose Robbie has touched on it as well, around repurposed spaces. This is something that Dimitri will talk to us about. But although that is very familiar to communities here, it's still not something that we do enough. We don't use spaces as well as we could. There are many buildings lying vacant, derelict, that we all see the potential in, but unfortunately they lie there not doing a lot. So I think that's something that we can analyse today, maybe why we're a little bit slower to do these things in Ireland versus other countries, and we'll speak to Dimitri about this later, and we can kind of compare the approaches in somewhere like Berlin versus Dublin. But then we need to kind of get on to new infrastructure, Maybe a venue, maybe a space never needs to be repurposed. Maybe we could just get it right from the beginning so it doesn't have to have a new purpose, And there are questions, I guess, lingering about a lot of the new developments that have been built in the city that are vacant currently, and what can be done with those spaces in the future. I think as well we need to speak, and it's something that we want to focus on a little bit as well. As good as temporary use, as meanwhile use is beneficial in the short term, we're not talking enough about permanent use of spaces. And that's something that we want to focus on today as well. So the conversation in a lot of ways is two-pronged, but it's not to say that there's not opportunities in each area, and everybody has different visions or ambitions or for what's possible, depending what it is that they have in terms of a space. That's something else that we want to speak to about as well. Just getting back to meanwhile use or temporary use is how we speed up the process of meanwhile use so that we get the most out of these buildings before they go on to turn into something else.
So I suppose maybe it's opportunity. We have a little bit more time. I think that point about meanwhile uses, again, it goes back to the point that I was making about establishing meaningful lineage within cultural communities, because I think one of the really unfortunate negative impacts of that for cultural communities is that we face a loss of knowledge within these communities, and I think this is something that is really difficult for cultural communities to try and sustain over kind of multi-generations, where you'll have, I think, through the last number of decades in this country, individuals, small organizations, being able to gather up all this knowledge of how to exist as a cultural organization, but again, because of the inconsistency in their access to infrastructure, they're actually not able to pass that on to young, new artists who are coming up, and then those artists have to just essentially learn from the ground up again. And that type of process is just so damaging for us to be able to build any sort of kind of meaningful cultural movements, meaningful social movements in this country. And again, I go back to the value of these things, something I think that often actually gets underplayed is that the types of markets that cultural communities are having to deal with, not only is the challenges of the property market, but also things like the digital, social kind of markets that are happening with social media and social media companies. At the end of the day, these things are actually vying for the same type of things that we're talking about. These are vying for the time and the leisure time of individuals. People are spending a lot more time indoors, not leaving their houses. And again, this goes back to me for the idea that there isn't actually the kind of infrastructure that people need to kind of attract them out of their homes and to give them, I always find it kind of funny when I talk about these things in these abstract ways, because what I'm actually just talking about is people leaving their houses and spending time in spaces with other people. It's not a very unusual concept, but it's becoming more and more unusual in the society that we're living in. And so again, that's why I talk about that deeper societal value of what cultural and social kind of placemakers offer to society, is that what we're really giving is like spaces where people can come together physically, share physical space with people that you don't know, maybe people you don't agree with on everything in terms of what their views are. And from my perspective, that is something that is actually really desperately needed in society. So again, if we can focus on those sorts of values and kind of implicit values that has on a knock-on effect for our society, and the consequences of the absence of those spaces as well, that's when we can kind of get into this conversation, I think, about beyond just the monetary value of what these communities offer, what these actually do for society as a whole, and how they really kind of embellish the way in which our society operates in a very, very positive way, which I think, it just benefits us all.
Yeah, and I mean, I think one of the final things as well, and we'll hand over to Jess now, but one of the things as well is displacement. A lot of communities are moved on. A lot of spaces in local areas, in suburban areas, for example, aren't there in the way that they used to be. So our access to culture isn't as it was. But there are lots of new opportunities. There are lots of new developments happening. And we'd like to see, and listen, there's lots of conversations ongoing, but there has to be new destinations. There have to be new places, especially with public transport improving as well. There's so much opportunity in Dublin. It's not that big of a capital city, but there are a lot of plans underway, and it's how we embed culture into those plans that I think is really key as we move forward.
Big time, yeah. And I think a fundamental thing, again, like there's been a lot of, I think, negative talk about Dublin, rightly so, in terms of how it actually is kind of presenting itself as a city, and particularly if you compare it to other international cities. And again, that lack of provision, like something that we always talk about in terms of this feeling of safety in space, is like one of the best ways you can challenge like anti-social behavior is with social behavior. And the types of kind of spaces that we kind of come from, and a lot of the practitioners in this room come from, they're experts in providing that kind of social space where people can come into a city, occupy it, live in it, and give it a kind of a joyful presentation to the wider world. So that's what we're here to talk about today. So on that, I will move on to our first speaker. We have Jess from the Brave Lab, and we'll hand it over to her. Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks, and lovely to be here with you all this morning. So my name is Jess. I set up a company a couple of years ago to help people reimagine fairer futures for people and planet. And I suppose the issue of vacant space is something I've cared about for a really, really long time. So what I'm going to do today is we're going to draw from some inspiration from different artists that have worked in this space. And later on, you're actually going to take part in a workshop to try and reimagine that. But what I want to do this morning was get us warmed up a little bit to the concept of reimagining. I think hopefully both physically and emotionally warmed up. And so what I'm going to ask is that you actually follow along the presentation, because I'm going to ask you to interact with it. So this is a tool called Mentimeter. And if you have a smartphone, you can use your camera to look at the QR code through the lens of your camera and click on the link. That will bring you to this presentation. And as I click through it, then you'll be able to interact at different points. So I'll give everybody a minute to do that. If you're not into the QR code way of doing things, you can also go to this website, www.menti.com, and then enter that code in, 4631-3380, and that should bring you to the same place. If this isn't working out for you, don't worry about it too much. You can maybe, oh great, I can see people are giving thumbs up. We can see we've got 27, 28 people online now. So I'll wait for that number to go up a little bit. Oh wow, we're on fire. This is great. So I I'm a Dubliner. I've lived here my whole life, apart from a few stints spent in Australia and in Berlin. And in 2012, I was working in an addiction centre in Middle Abbey Street. And the people I was working with needed spaces to be safe. They needed spaces to live in. They needed spaces that would serve their need. And so I was quite depressed at the amount of vacant space that we had in 2012. I tried to kind of kick off a project to reimagine it, but it didn't really get anywhere. And so instead I left. I went to Berlin, and I have many happy memories of using the multitude of different spaces, cultural spaces in Berlin, meeting fabulous people, many happy nights in Tresor. So I'm going to move on from here so we can start to kind of engage our imaginations a little bit. This is one of the projects that gave me inspiration back in 2012. It's by an artist called Candy Chang. She's a community participation artist. And these are images taken from New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, where the city was devastated and not much was being done to try and reimagine the spaces that were left derelict, that were left empty. And Candy's work, she became really disillusioned with the pace of change and the fact that in some community spaces where people were trying to reimagine what might happen with dereliction, there were dominant voices, not everybody was having a say. So she envisaged this project called I Wish This Was. And what she's got, or what they did, was they put all these stickers around vacant lots throughout the city, and they just invited the public to complete the sentence, I wish this was, on the little sticker. So here are some of the things that people wished for their city. I wish this was a bike rack. I wish this was a techno dance club. I wish this road was properly paved. A place for all to hang out and enjoy. Not so scary looking. So there's simple needs that people are expressing through these desires for how they wish their space was that was around them. A recycled or used art supply store, please. So this is a vacant site we've had. The Pullbeg power plant has been decommissioned since 2010. What do you wish it was? So this is my first kind of question for you. And on the next slide, you should be able to put your responses in to the Menti now on your phone, if you can go back to that. We were testing it out earlier and I forgot to delete the what the hell. So just in case you're wondering. Viewing platform, interesting. I think club is winning at the minute, but we've got such a breadth of ideas coming up. A park, studios, cultural hub, creative district, techno dance club. I mean, it would rival Berghain if we were able to make it happen, right? Not that I've actually successfully ever gotten into Berghain. I lived in Berlin for 3 years and I never made it happen. Public sculpture park. These are gorgeous, folks. Cool. So what we're going to do later on is take 20 odd vacant sites from around Dublin and reimagine them in a little bit more detail. And we're going to continue to use this idea of I wish this was. These are stickers I actually bought from Candy Chang, the artist, back in 2012. And I've held on to them for 12 years for this very moment. So you'll each have one of these to play with later on. But you'll be able to do this in a lot more detail when we're going to workshop it later. We're going to move over to those tables. You're going to work with the people that are here today. And we're going to reimagine, kind of rip up the brochures up for some of the vacant sites that we have in this city and really figure out what is it that we would love to see there. So to warm us up a little bit more, thank you for participating in that. I'm going to ask you to do something else now. And this, I loved what the folks were saying on stage earlier, that the way to combat antisocial behaviour is with social behaviour. So you're going to do a bit of social behaviour now. I'm going to ask you to talk to the people beside you. So forewarned. So this is one of my cherished cultural memories from Dublin City is in that church there that you can see at the bottom. It's St. Anne's Church, isn't it? Yeah, South Anne Street. I saw an Estonian 5-part chamber choir in there, almost exactly, actually, 15 years ago, because it was the first date I went on with my now partner of 15 years. And it was a really beautiful way to use the space. It was secular work. And I just thought it was a really special thing to be able to do in Dublin city centre. So what I'd like you to do now is introduce yourself to the people either side of you and share a cherished memory you have from a cultural space. It can be anywhere. Okay? Give you a few minutes to do that. Go for it. Okay, folks. I'm going to ask for your attention back again for a minute. It's really nice to see people turn to each other and really quickly share an experience from their past. So I'm sure those conversations could have gone on for a really long time. This is the value of cultural space. But what I'm going to ask you to try and do is pick 3 words from that conversation about those cherished memories you shared and pop them into the Mentimeter again. Bass. Excellent. Yeah, it was real buzzy here when you were chatting to each other. It was lovely, actually. Doesn't take much to connect people. Low cost, lovely. The pod. After hours. Emotional community, joy, connection. Beautiful. anti-capitalist. I'll have more of that. Pepper canister, lovely. I am inclusive, inner city, different experiences. Were you able to easily think of a cherished memory from a cultural space? It seemed to come easily to everybody. They're very available to us cognitively, aren't they? They're very special. Unique connection and community seem to be coming out quite strong there. I'm scanning this to try and find something that I think is a negative thing, and I actually can't. Everything is generally positive, right? These cherished memories are great. So our cultural spaces are really precious to us. They've given us stuff that we've held in our memories all this time. I'm going to ask you to have another conversation now, and you feel free to have the conversation with the same people, move around a bit, it's up to you. This one, I'd like you to kind of think about how you define a cultural space. And later on, we're going to hear from our panelists about, some of the definitions that exist in the literature and so on. But I'd love you to kind of think about what it means for you. What are the parameters that you put around something when you call it a cultural space? So discuss that with the people beside you. And then after your discussion, I'm going to ask you to put in a few words again so we can see what everybody thinks. Okay? How do you define a cultural space? So keep the conversation going if you like. If you have words that are describing some of the definitions that you've discussed, you can start putting them up here now. I love this. Anywhere. Anywhere there's people. Community. Freedom. Unrestricted. Financially non-productive. I love that. If we could just take that constraint away, right? DIY, boundary pushing, meaning making, space for joy. So there's 4 kind of big themes there. Accessibility and community and people are really strong. Anywhere is lovely. That's come up quite a bit there. And associated with that maybe is the freedom or kind of unrestricted elements of it. Community being the strongest theme there. So as we move on today, you're going to be hearing from lots of different people who give you different definitions of cultural spaces. And in the afternoon, we're going to be working, as I said, on some vacant sites in Dublin to reimagine what those could be, what we wish they were. And you'll get to go into lots of detail on that. We'll be taking an arts and crafts approach of lots of scissors and masking tape and tracing paper. And Michael and the team have prepared loads of brochures of vacant sites for us to creatively destroy in the name of reimagining these as potential cultural spaces. So hopefully this is kind of getting you thinking. You'll be hearing a little bit more from me later on. But for now, I'm going to hand over to Rob.
Thanks a million, Jess. That was amazing. That was great. Sunil and I were having a conversation about our cherished memories, and Sunil was telling me about seeing Carl Cox on South Down Street.
Yeah, in that picture actually, where the bass was shaking the floor like no.
I know. Jess was saying she was struggling to find negative things, and there was. I don't know. Maybe somebody saw in one of that mentees. Somebody had written puddles of shit. That was me. And that was related to my cherished memories, which I think again speaks to the degradation of kind of infrastructure that we now are being exposed to. A space that I spent a lot of time in was a place called Jigsaw. It was a DIY art space. But every single time that we ran a party there, the toilets would break, and people still had an amazing time and very cherished memories dancing in that space. But there were unfortunately puddles on the dance floor, and we won't ask too many questions about what they were. But anyway, moving swiftly on. Sunil, I don't know.
Yeah. So Dimitri Hegman, I believe here is Dimitri now. Hello, Dimitri. Welcome. Hello. So I think Dimitri. So I don't want to. Dimitri has put together a very special presentation for us here, and I think it will tell its own story. But just a few personal words from myself about what Dimitri and everything he has done for me personally, and so many people that I know. And Dimitri probably doesn't always think about this, but he probably just knows at this stage that the impact that Dimitri has had, what he did with Tresor Club, with his record label, completely changed the trajectory of my musical path when I first discovered the label in 1996. I was lucky enough to play at Tresor Club about 5 years later in 2001. And it's just one of those names that has been ever present in my consciousness since, and so many others. I don't want to ruin the story, because I think Dimitri tells the story better than anybody. But we're all deeply honoured to have Dimitri with us here today. So I'll pass over to him.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you for bringing me here, and I take you on a trip, so I thought maybe to understand my activities in Berlin makes sense if I give you a look into my past, and then let's go, And, I woke up in a very small city, and I realized that in the 50s and the 60s that I have big ideas, big visions, and it doesn't work. The village was 700 people. I got programmed for the church, for the soccer team, for everything. And then you turn 17 years old and you think, hey, what's about me, where can I stay? And then we got these ideas of Woodstock, because all my parents, my teachers and the parents of my friends in the village were socialized in the Third Reich. So, and now the new generation, we woke up, we had nothing. We always looked to the UK and what's coming up for the music, and then Woodstock came, and that did mean for me also, there were values I really liked, the peace movement, the green idea, the community living. And that's what I tried also in my village. There was this old house, this one. And we tried to move in. We were young, 18, 19 years old, wanted to live together with some dogs and some instruments. But the owner said, I give you 3 minutes and then you're out, So finally, this is a wrong image. Maybe anyway, I come back to this when young people get an own space. But anyway, finally, I started a band, you see me here with my band, and we had maybe 60 kilometers. That was the most far away area and radius where we want to be. And then, the decision makers always said no to my ideas. And one day, I wanted to stay in my village, but one day I said, okay, I must leave the space, too much no. So I moved to West Berlin, and West Berlin was an island where people went, they from villages like me. I met other young people who were a bit desperate because of too much no, and so we met there and developed new visions, for our life, and that was really amazing. I was very young and we saw these big courts, and the first time I was anonymous, Mr. Anonymous, in my village. Everybody knew when something went wrong, it was Dimitri, So anyway, in Berlin, we remember this was a city by the wall, and it was living like on an island. We had a lot of army people there, and we had the Allied forces, and we had young students. It was a really high critical consciousness there. Student rights started there in '68, and I moved there like 78, and I met very interesting people. I started my studies as musicology, on the Free University. And I discovered in Berlin kind of different music styles, I came with the very early, the sound of the early Cure or Joy Division, that was the 4/4 somehow. And then I listened in Berlin to bands I never heard. I said, what is that? I'm a curious person. Like collapsing new buildings, Sprung aus dem Boden, with strange names, And I started this festival. It was like a new festival with new direction in vision and in sights, in music, I said, wow, this is mad. But I liked it somehow, and I started this festival. I brought all these bands together. It's called, as I said, Berlin Atonal. It was in '82. I started in the SO36, the club that still exists. And in those years, the spots we have seen in Berlin, West Berlin, was very small. They were like this. This was all kind of sex shops, or it's called Humpelnest 2000. It's still existing. It's great, and we could meet there, we could interact, and Berlin was really lucky because we had since 1949 no curfew. The city was open all night long, and it really helped the city. Not in the last years, also before, when this decision came through after the war. So much has happened. Film festivals started. Night people came from all over the world and started their restaurants and kind of bars. But anyway, these small spots, very important in West Berlin, where we met and developed new ideas and great ideas and dangerous ideas for Berlin's future. So we have seen everything in Berlin. As a 36 years concert, I was also very inspired by punk music. This is the Dead Kennedys playing at the SO36, and I said, wow, what energy, what a dynamic. anyway, it made my head free, and I found after the fall of the wall, the situation in Berlin was completely different, East and West could meet, it was an incredible positive atmosphere. And the kids from East Berlin came over and everybody was waiting for something new. So East Berlin offered a lot of empty spaces, And in West Berlin, there were so many people with big plans, but they haven't had any free spaces. So it did really fit together. And the police and the authorities were not visible because they had problems to care about the traffic between East and West. And there was so much going on. Actually, it was a great time. This year was great. Actually, this was this situation where the people were waiting. It did remind me on Paris 45 when the war was over, and everybody was also waiting there in Paris. And then Miles Davis came over, and brought cool jazz, and they really liked it and took off. We found this spot by chance, this old barrack there. You see the logo. And we went in and we could stop because we wanted to make a club. We have had a small record label in 78, 88 already. And we had a first contact to Detroit. So we were looking in these years after the wall was open for a spot. And we found this old barrack, but we did not know what expected us. Look. And it was the rest of an old Jewish bank house, the Bertram Bank, and a big department store, big as Harrods in London, really beautiful. And it was not completely bombed out, but it was located on the east side of Berlin, so the government bombed it away in the 50s because they want to watch the wall. It was located very close to the wall. And yeah, shame on that. And when we got in this space, there was this stairs, magic stairs. You must imagine this building was located close to the wall and was in a big dream, since the war was over, since 40 years or so. And we opened, we opened a door to the basement, And we got this stairs and we found this incredible door of space in a room. It was like opening a pyramid, and then you were in this space, and this was, wow. I said, this space, nobody said anything. We had some what is it, fires? Lighters on, were very quiet, and they said, we have found a miracle award, it was a very magic moment, And then you got in, it was in, this vault did belong to the bank, and we saw all these gutters and these lockers. And for me, it was clear, in this space, something special would happen, really special. It was dedicated for a new beginning for something. And in those years, also in 1990 or 91, Germany was always late till something arrived here in the city, but Berlin we have heard about acid house and we have about the first techno, but we were late, Anyway, we have had the connections to Detroit. This was actually also my first team. We had people from East Berlin, West Berlin, some foreigners were here in the team. And we just started because the police was not visible and the authorities did not know what to do. So everybody started. And so it was a big benefit for Berlin. In any corner, a club started. We always called it an audio gallery, That was the easiest way to get registered, a gallery, An art thing. An audio spot. And then, we had these friends from Detroit. They offered us a new music from Michigan, and that was a good signal. This gentleman, Jeff Mills, Mike Banks, Robert Wood, great names today, but back in the days, they brought us the music that hasn't had any words anymore, like Baby I Love You and so on. They also had less melodies. They just played the beats, and that was a revolution for us, you know. Also, the people from the East countries like Poland or Hungary, and so they were all curious. They came to Berlin and discovered the dark rooms in basements with foggy and strobes, and they liked it. It was like they freed themselves. You know, everybody was dancing, and we had a great time, I must say. And because we had no curfew, we could dance all night through, or sometimes 2 days. And it was the beginning of a nighttime economy, you know, because so many did it, you know. And the club was also, in a way, an incubator for new ideas. You know, we meet each other and say, hey, let's join this movement, let's participate, and let's open tomorrow whatever, small coffee store around the corner. We have, you know, or let's start a hostel or a small agency, you know, or a gallery or another gallery. And that was possible and doable because the law situation was, in a way, easy to start with it. And it was a very peaceful change of Berlin. The complete DNA of Berlin changed, you know. And this was also a big present. We had these gaps in the city everywhere. It from the Second World War. This is, you see on the right side, the Tresor barrack. But this big field, we used it for small events like this, open air, you know. And like this 4,000 or 5,000 people came. It was great, you know. It was great for the city. It was great for the people. We had a good time. And out of this small movement, this desire came up to have a party in a peaceful atmosphere, to party in peace, you know, a peaceful party, and the Love Parade came. You know, it became very big. Up to 1 million people came to Berlin. They came from all over Europe, and it was somehow wonderful. So the images of Berlin went to BBC or CNN were like young people dancing in the street. You know. After 14 years, you know, we had also had this contract over only for 3 months. You know, the government did not know it was a temporary use of space. They did not know who was the owner of this building in East Berlin. You know, Jewish people in Israel somewhere or in Berlin. So they had to look into the ground books. But in between, they gave these empty spaces to young curators or people who want to do something, and but the contract was always 3 months, and then another 3 months, and then another 3 months. So we have had it for 14 years, but the people who were in charge for culture in Berlin in the year 2005, this was 15 years after the fall of the wall, did not realize the potential of the nighttime economy. 15 years after the fall of the wall. I was really upset, I was desperate, I said, fuck man, we have to keep this space, and we had the idea to develop a techno tower, you know, on the old fundament. But they just sold it to a developer, a faceless building was made, and we had no space anymore. In these years, you know, I was looking around also what's happening, so I got inspiration. I was driving around, this is 95. You remember Berlin, Christo came and rapped the Reichstag, or this is an event with techno DJ Richie Horton and Anish Kapoor. It demonstrates really fine the alliance, you know, of it's a Grand Palais in Paris, of art and electronic music, how it could fit together, and or this is earth warming, demonstration of earth warming. I really like it, very simple. People were laughing about it, but the deepest sense behind was this problem we have. And keep your things together. We have this scene here in Berlin, I like it, the glamour. And then Anish Kapoor again, I was in Chicago and I saw this big thing. I think it's important for cities, you know, to bring art in public spaces, you know. Anyway, back to London. In those years, I saw the Tate Modern, the exhibition by Olafur Eliasson. It's called The Weather Project, and I was really inspired. I said, wow, we need a big space for big creative ideas. The National Gallery in Berlin and the other, the Hamburg Copacabana, we have 2-3 big spaces. They're always booked out over years. So I came back and I was searching for a space, and I found this asbestos space, an old power plant in Berlin East, in Berlin Mid, but on the east part. And I was, as a space explorer, I went in and I was really fascinated. Everything was destroyed, it was a power plant. They had produced steam. The turbines were out, it was taken up, but it was dangerous, you could fall down and everything. But I liked it, the patina and the space was wonderful. I said, wow, my big love is this space. And I couldn't stop it. I came in with friends, and maybe some people of you know, you come in with friends, you see an incredible space like your power plant I've seen now, you showed before. And then you say, wow, everybody says, wow, this is great. But the next day you wake up and you're alone, and you have to decide, what can I do? All these friends, they say, yes, do it, but I tell you, I warn you, it's a creepy crawl. But we said we start on one room. I said, let's start with the club, and then we maybe this Tresor again, and give it a second life, also this to the space. And maybe we can finance the architects, and so we started the party there. But the city said, no way, you can't do this, you must do this and this and that. And I wanted to give up, but a friend gave me an idea. In this unusual situation, you must look for unusual solution. So he gave me the idea to ask the monks. I invited the monks from Tibet, and they started a building clearance, And that was a bit weird for me too, in the middle of Berlin, they started in the power plant on the room. They were singing sutras and sacrificing. I went to the shopping, to the Ali market, and bought all the things we didn't need, 6% milk, very fatty for Buddha, and then also whiskey, chocolate, and they burned everything. But what happened after, I don't know why, we cleaned it. We got the permissions, we made it really nice, and we could use the space. It took 6 months, and it was also outside. The owner helped to take the asbestos away, and then we started with the State Opera. They came into the space, big success. Or Max Richter, instead of seats, we gave beds where they could sleep. He had a long piece called Sleep, 8 hours, and he invited the Berliners. And the Berliners came with a pillow, so at a wine at 9 o'clock, and then they went to bed. By midnight, he started the show, 8 hours. They all fell to sleep. It was very unusual. But the 4 shows were all sold out. Great piece, actually, to work by. We used the space also for art exhibitions and for Berlin Atonal again, now in a digital way. And so the space was so strong, it got its own soul, And it is like if walls talk to, The concept is also that we kept it unfinished. Everything we put in the safety, and so we tried to keep the unfinished image and to keep it up. And also because of my friends in Detroit, I said, hey, they gave us the music, maybe we can give something back, and start to build partnership there. So this was Detroit, like in a movie. I said, wow, this is great. I like it again, the unfinished. And then, the city, I don't know if anybody has been there. It's for me, always full of inspiration, but it's another world. And I think because both cities, Berlin, West, and Detroit, were both shrinking cities, and so maybe that was one of the reasons also that we did find together, And hang on, this is an image, but it's still there. You find old theaters, and I saw opportunities. Detroiters see problems, and I said, wow, this could be done, but the city is shrinking. This is a distance of about 7 hours flight, and we know, and we say thanks, there's they still thank you that Detroit's music really inspired us. I think Detroit actually is for me the mecca of music in America, but the city does not how to use it, and they look for the car industry, but I think Detroit's legacy is like with starting in my mind with MC5, Iggy Pop, all Michigan people, Madonna, Eminem, Motown, techno, White Stripes, so many things, but they don't know how to make a cool marketing. I went there a few times and I talked to the city, and they have all these ruins, but it's a bit complicated, to. But I tried hard, but with my romantic eyes from Berlin, I couldn't change everything, but a little bit, we started a Detroit-Berlin connection, and I started to talk to the city, and I explained them what was happening in Berlin. I showed them images from the Love Parade to the city, and they asked me, what is it? And I said, yeah, this is done because of music that came from Detroit. And then they asked, is it Motown? I said, no, it's techno. They never heard about it. So I was a bit surprised. And I look at this, wow, I said, wow, this is the old Fisher Body. And this is the old Packard plant. They demolished it in between. We developed plans for the Packard plant, like bringing, kind of was like containers for the artists, like a camping place, with second-hand material. That's what we saw. The people were very, very interested in Detroit. I had a lot of talks what we can do, and this was our concept, because Detroit is suffering also at 2 a.m., 2 by 2 you must be out. Because of all our talks in the last years, with the Detroit-Berlin connection and the government, they changed a little bit. They stopped the liquor by 2, but you can dance till the morning dawn, till 10 in the morning or so. Small step. I'm happy about that. But this was always our plan, subcultural exchange for urban development. And I asked Detroit, the question is always, what do you have, what we do not have, what we could use in Berlin, and what do we have in Berlin, what you could maybe use, So I came with different plans. And there are things that's really possible, what we could transfer from our experience here from Berlin. We could bring it tomorrow to Dublin. This is one talk in the American embassy when I brought the people over, the government people from Detroit, We made an exchange, it was great, We spoke, for instance, to our first police officer in Berlin about crime rate, And the crime rate coming out of techno clubs, electronic music clubs, is so low, it's only one case for 2 clubs in a year. Can you imagine? The Detroiters were a bit surprised, but I said, yeah. The criminal potential is very low. The people who go to techno clubs, it's a very peaceful community, and they couldn't believe it, but the police officer gave numbers, and so we could prove it, These posters, this motif I found in the east, in one of the rooms of the first Tresor. It's called Forward for Lasting Peace, Good Direction, or here another one, And we do it actually all 2-3 years. We do this conference of potential, the exchange for urban, subcultural exchange for urban development with new ideas, Berlin today, some numbers, this is a club, also very interesting, that opened 2004. It's called Berghain, and it has promoted Berlin so much in the world, everywhere, Young kids in Madrid say, oh, there's something in Berlin we do not know, we want to know, let's check it out, And they're coming and bring this news, to their home city, or many people also stayed, in Berlin or moved to Berlin because of this one special venue and the miracle of this spot, And it's really amazing, what this building and what the curation, the curator, the booker has achieved. It is not just a dirty club around the corner. It is something very special. It's an art space. And I really must say, this discussion we have it now in Germany actually since 2-3 years that let's say an art director, a director of a theater is standing on eye level with a good curator of a club, and we discuss it now. It's not, it's getting serious, that techno clubs that are well curated are cultural spaces, and it is very important in Germany. The recognition of the activities. I mean, you can have the best club in the world with good sound system, well located, but if the management are idiots, it doesn't work. Here's some other examples from Berlin, it's about 25. This is all possible because we had so many gaps, and they work, and they attraction for people coming to Berlin, very simple. Or we took over an old market hall, and they offer a lot of biological food. And I brought this idea from, for Germans, street food. So many people from other countries living in Berlin can come in 1 day a week to this market hall, and we have a night market hall up to 11 o'clock, and they bring what they learned from their mom or so, and offered it. It's a really good atmosphere, peaceful atmosphere. Also urban farming, so it's new, but it's happening here. And this is the Holzwood market, it's also a great experiment. It's a non-profit organization, different non-profits get together, build the houses there, and can use the riverside. And the art is important here, the art. And we have, for instance, this festival, it's really good, maybe an idea also for Dublin. It's called Republica, and it's about asking people about their ideas, about not just the electronic music ideas for clubs, for everything. What could be changed, And so some people, some speakers talk about, and many others come with complete new ideas and have different stages, and they got a lot of attention also from the politicians. They come by also say, we talk about the digital age and all this stuff, And the music brought another idea. This is the city gives to a team here in Berlin, it's like 2-3 ladies, a budget of 2 or 3 million. They started with 1.5 million euros, and what they do, they support people who want to organize something. For instance, you want to do a jazz festival, and you calculate, you say 10 grand is missing, or 20, or a conference, or it has to do with music, or a techno event, to make a calculation. Then you go to music board, you bring an application, and they said, wow, it's great, we give you the 20, but after the party, let us know how it did work, By end of the years, like about 100 events take place, they would not take place, and each euro they have invested makes a turnover of 4 euros. It's modern investment into city marketing, People come, it makes the city much more colorful and so on. Music board, check it out, it's really cool. Also, we have a lot of biomarkets now, everywhere where the organic food is a big subject in Berlin. Everybody wants to live, I don't know, 100 years old, and it's really big, And if you compare it to the US, for instance, in Detroit, we have the whole food market. It's at least in America 40% more expensive than here. And it's a good thing, the farmers bring the food. I mean, you might have it too. And here a few numbers, it's from before Corona came, we had in Berlin 30 million stays, without Airbnb. We got the numbers from the city tax. And more than 60%, and still the same today, coming because of the alternative culture program. That adds also galleries and exhibitions, fashion, and cool restaurants and so on. And 30% is visit music clubs. That means like 10 million people come because of the music clubs, And the turnover they do in 19 was 232. Now everything is more expensive. But there is also a very important economic side effect. The nighttime economy has supported also restaurants and taxi drivers, airlines, hostels, and so on. And I must say it is, we made, in Berlin, the Germans always have this kind of organization. They did a club commission. And all the clubs are part of this commission, and they pay a small $50, $100 to monthly to this organization, all clubs who are members. And then this organization has one spokesman. They speak to the city, because otherwise the mayor would become crazy if every club would go. And they speak about tax problems, noise problems, smoking areas, and all these problems. And so they made also a study, and the study said it was about how many jobs does the nighttime economy offers. And Berlin, we have like more than 10,000 jobs. People, like a student works once a week, in a club, but 10,000 jobs. And the turnover, the financial effect of this attraction of the nighttime, of the club, the vibrating club, is 1.5 billion, in euros. This would not be there, if we would not have the nighttime economy. So it makes sense to think about. So we have a big turnover side effect for other companies and entrepreneurs, and we have also, what did I say? A low crime rate, good point. So, and I just jump on the happy locals. We see the happy locals, in the countryside, because I wanted to look what happened in the countryside. You see all this old supermarkets, in this case, close, The Happy Locals is a non-profit organization I started 20 years ago with friends, and we try to moderate between crews, in small cities, small spaces, 15, 10, 20,000 people, young people like I have been once, in my village, and with the mayors or the decision makers. And we moderate and tell them, say yes, give them the space so they might, hopefully they stay, otherwise they move away, especially the young curators, they move away and go to Berlin, and then you have a problem with right-wing movements, So we found old locations, dreams, everybody wants to have his own gas station, all empty, and tried to start it with projects, this is also, this is something I can, this is the situation in the countryside, rural areas, bus stations hanging out, or somebody has a golf car and they're all happy there, the youngsters, our future. They should have an own space, and they should develop their own microcosmos, And that's why we do this instead what I've showed you, the supermarket. Finally, what they want is a space like this, Somebody, very simple. And this kind of space is there everywhere. In any community you find the spaces. It really depends on the decision maker, and let's go for it, Because these people are young, they don't make big problems. I think we haven't seen the numbers in Berlin, and also what is very important also, I observed it, I observed it in Berlin also in the small spaces, and realized this kind of spaces, these clubs, strengthen social fabric, democratic values. It just happens there. It grows there, and it's getting bigger. You don't have to tell them, behave like this, or so the people do that. And it's we have, for instance, a DJ here, Anja Schneider. She's talking to, in one project we did in a city called Prenzlau. And everybody from the country came and wanted to know, how do I become a superstar, and can I travel the world? What is a DJ, the secret? They're all interested, they want to know, it's this new generation, they want to know what is the life of a DJ. And so we do this, we bring people to other DJs also to the countryside, and they give some lessons, And this is for us, is the club also we have here, the OHN, because the next street is called Ohm Street. Ohm is a kind of a resistance. So, but anyway, this is actually the perfect size. It's 100 square meters of a club. You know, that's what makes sense. On the left side, you can't see there is the working space for the artist and so on. And it's a space for experiments. You know, it's a space that just it's not only electronic music, it's also performances, you know, art, talks, and so on. And this is what I think, when we have more of this kind of spaces in the countryside, everywhere, you know, it gives young people perspectives to stay, you know. It's important for socialization, that they get socialized, and for their own identification. You know. Then they can say, hey, we had a great time, we were young. Every weekend there came an artist or a band was playing, you know, we had a really great time. If you do not have this, you know, if there's nothing going on, I've seen this in different communities, we are in trouble because right-wing movement takes over. And so the more, you know, cultural spaces, it's very simple, like this, the more, the better. You know. And what we realized is that the space is one thing, what we need, but the other thing is how to curate a space. You know. So we started an academy, the Academy of Subcultural Understanding, and we got a lot of application. It's a 3 months training for young people from all over, not from Berlin, Berlin is excluded, but from all over Germany. We just started, and we only took 6 people selected. So they cannot escape. Everybody knows each other after the first 3 days. And everybody has a plan, everybody has a case study, and we discuss it. And the idea behind it is that we bring our know-how, what I have also collected, the elderly generation of the 30 years, the secrets, you know, of how to run a club to this young generation. Like the old farmer gives the know-how for the best harvest to his son. So we do this now because you don't find any space where you can learn it, where you can avoid mistakes if you want to start this. And I can tell you, my experience is that in each community, there are at least 1, 2 people who want to run, you know, something, community space, like the old station and old supermarket. They are there already, you know. We just have to say, yes, come on, and we have to respect them. So what we did, you know, here, these were young people between 20 and 28 years, and we got a dean, a professor who makes it. It's maybe I introduce him. He's just in my room. It's Martin Fuller from Canada, and he explains a little bit because I think this is a very important thing: how we can teach young people to become curators. I give my thank you to Martin.
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'll just say 2 or 3 words about the academy. Yeah, so the idea is to find these people from, you know, mid-sized, smaller cities where they need subculture, need good spaces, need good curators, need good talent, and we give them some support, some training. They take seminars with us. They also work shifts in the venue, and we have like, you know, training with our managers or their head of light or sound, or they can visit the people running the record label. And then after 3 months, we send them back out into their cities so they can, you know, make a change for their community and give young people, you know, in these smaller towns something to do. And so that's basically the idea, is that all these cities also need, people in these cities need something to do, or else they're all gonna, you know, flee and move to Berlin where there's something to do. And so this makes these cities shrink. It's bad for the economy. It's of course bad for young people to be bored. And then you have this problem where most of the motivated young people then move away, and then the people who are maybe a little less motivated stay there, and so the next generation has, again, nothing to do, and then maybe some of the people who are more interested in democratic values also have then moved away. So it's quite harmful. We see that a lot in the cities that we've worked in with Happy Locals and the foundation, that all the sort of talent leaves, and then you have real kind of feeding grounds for this extreme right wing. So part of the academy project is to just support people who are going to make this big difference to their cities. So we have an EU program coming up. The deadline for applications just ran out. We had some applications from Ireland as well, and we're going to have 8 people from all over the EU coming to Berlin starting in January. And then maybe I'll pass it back over to Dimitri for the last slide or two. But I'm also here if there's any questions about the Academy. I'm also here.
Right. The address is Tresor.Foundation. And we also started this foundation 3 years ago because I think this what we started after the fall of the wall should go on, just get together. And so maybe in the next 1,000 years. So we developed an interesting strategy, also business strategy. This big space, is so amazing that other people want to rent it, like maybe Apple or a car industry, and they present their new car, whatever. So they rent it out, and it all happens behind closed doors. It's never public. So, but they pay a rent, and we can use this money to develop this space to a cultural space. So we live together. We take money from the industry, but behind closed doors. And we really support cultural events. I must say, this works, and we can develop the house, and we talk to the city now that the foundation, it's a non-profit, it's a serious foundation, it's registered, gets a lease for the next 20, 30 years, That makes really sense. We need safety, that we can keep on it. We do not get out like what happened before. And I think this is a good, it's a really good step for Berlin, Also, we have the National Gallery, but we have also this Kraftwerk power plant, and that helps. And I said also, the result, I see it already, when we have no venues, then there's no party, and there's also this, what I mentioned before, when we talk in each other in a club and start new business, entrepreneurship, we call it microeconomies, They start, and we start a bookstore, a record store the next day. And the club still is the incubator for these activities, for these new foundations of small companies, And I must check if there's one as well. Okay. I think that's it. And it's enough time.
Thanks so much, Dimitri. So we're running. So we're running slightly over, but the plan was to do a very short Q&A. I had a couple of questions for Dimitri, but I think what we'd probably prefer to do is we have a microphone and we can pass it around. So we might try to turn this into a quick fire Q&A for the next 10 minutes. We can eat into lunch. We do have a long lunch. We have an hour, so things might run a little bit over from here on in. But if anyone has a question, we have a microphone here.
Hello, I'm Viva. I had a question based on what you said about the original building running on kind of like a 3-month lease. You were always just looking kind of in this very short term. And I just wanted to know, did that create like unsustainable management practices in the way that you operated? The fact that you were only thinking in the short term.
1 second, I didn't get you. Yes, every day. We had the daily terror there, but the euphoria was so big. That was an incredible power. But we had, talking to the city, we signed a deal. They said, you must fulfill all the kind of the laws. We did the best what we could do. It was a new world for us too. For many, I think in Berlin, like hundreds started their own business because if they have had access to the space, affordable access, they could, then they did it. But you learn day by day, and some failed, or maybe the location was sold or the old owners came back. but it's not easy because we did not expect that this kind of music went on, that it could maybe generate a job, you know. Today we have like 140 people. They're all the employees. They have all contracts and insured and so on. And this question of responsibility was not there in the first month, but after a while, when we still were there, and then when we realized young people come and want to know, and they were hungry to find out the nighttime and what it is. Then I was. Then we woke up slowly by slowly.
Could I rephrase the question? Okay, sorry. Could I just rephrase the question slightly? Why do you think Tresor? Why did it last so long?
Because I think. One point I must say, it's me also. We had also hard times, you know. To run a club is like a normal life. You have ups and downs, you know. Sometimes 2-3 times a day we have to give up or so. But we found ways to stay continuously, you know, and not to jump on any trend and so on. We're a bit old-fashioned also, but people still like it, and we have a very young audience. Yeah. I must say we have a philosophy, you know. We have rules, and they are important. You know. It's not easy to get all the people in, but still we are have this image of a community that goes for special, let's say, values. We mentioned social fabric, and that brings the people together. We have many people from the street, you know. They came just and they're happy, you know. They feel like pirates on a big boat, and we conquered the world. But it's good, and after a while, you know, they work with us. They wake up, and then when they leave us, then they 80% at least can start a new life in another job, and they like it. Most of the people coming to us is 2-3 years, you know. They're staying, all the people, and then a new generation comes. Yeah, I like that. I mean, it is the continuity, I don't know. Yeah, just to stay with it and don't start too many experiments. And we also learned how to build a team, you know. If you have only creative people, that's not good enough. You need craftsmen, you need business people. The team is really important, you know, and the spirit that keeps us together. Because, you know, it changed the Berlin also. You know, I have a daughter, she has a daughter, she went to school, Trinity, and then the dean of the school asked, do you have relatives in Berlin? And the Trinity said, yes, my grandpa's here. What is he doing, your grandpa? Yeah, he runs a techno club, you know. So grandpas run techno club. It's the new future here. So became also, in a way, solid. You know, also the politicians woke up and said, yeah, we now, you know, in 2024, they say we thank you that you are here. But we also see now the problems some clubs have. It's everywhere, but I think if you go for quality, a well-curated program, you know, then you can make it. It is not a cheesy thing. I mean, to have spaces where young people meet and exchange ideas, that's a very first step, and it's very important, especially for smaller cities and communities. But if you run a bigger venue, you know, it must be well organized, you know, and it must be well curated. If you have idiots in the league, you know, who runs a club, then it will fail. So I think stay open-minded and stay curious.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Do we have time for one more quick question if anybody wants to ask anything? Is there one?
Even jump in?
I can ask one. Yeah, there's one I wanted to ask you. How challenging has it been over the years, Dimitri, to attract investment. And if you don't mind sharing with us, I mean, you don't have to name who it is, but what's the typical profile of investor who's invested into Tresor? Because the development that we saw obviously took a lot of money, probably took a lot of time. So again, how challenging has it been over the years? And, you know, could you tell us a little bit about the profile of people who invest into what you do?
Sometimes people, maybe now, people who made money with Bitcoins and so, you know, and they remember the good years and good things. But we have no big investors, you know. We have, what we did, we have the power plant, you know, and if you have this big, great space, you know, as mentioned, I'm a space explorer, and I can tell you this space has quality and the other space, don't touch it, you know. And this space, what we have, the power plant, I showed you, we have really a lot of requests, you know. It's well located in the city, and sometimes it looks really good. They bring quite big money to rent it out for a week or 2 weeks or for bigger exhibitions, you know. Big galleries come here and want this space because we do not have so many spaces of this size. We have like 500-600 galleries, smaller ones. But a big gallery space, we only have National Gallery, maybe 10, the Hamburger Bahnhof, Martin Gropius, where David Bowie. And but this space with this unfinished design, you know, is we are the only one. I mean, Berghain got also one, but they're not well located, and it's not, everything is not, I think, from well accepted from the fire marshal and so on. But this might be an idea also, what I've seen, this power plant you showed me. Actually, we have no real investors. We have no investors. We're completely independent, but we also, we have this plan that the club and the power plant, the income invests again and also donates it to the foundation. So it is a circle, you know, and and we have this academy. I think this can become big. We have, it's because it's a complete new entrepreneurship. South Germany wants it, you know. The Netherlands, they want it. How to run a club, they want to learn, you know. It's a new job, you know. And I always dreamt about it, and maybe we come now to this point where we can offer it to many, many young people. And for this new job, we had like 65 application, and the one word to the application, we asked the kids not to write big articles for us, the stories. We only asked for a 1-minute video, you know. Who are you? What is your problem, you know? And we really could help in the first course the young people, because everybody is a case study, and we could also offer lawyers. They need lawyers, they need architects, you know, how to solve the problem, how to transfer an old church into a cultural space, things like that, you know. But that was fun, and yeah, I think this might be also a good idea for your future.
Thank you so much, Dimitri. I'd love to continue this conversation, but unfortunately we're running it over. But I particularly love what you said about seeing opportunities where others see problems, and I think that that's kind of the sharing of your experience has been so valuable and kind of offering a perspective in that regard. So thank you so much for that, and yeah, thanks so much, Dimitri.
Yeah, and I put on the guest list next time you're coming to Berlin, okay? Everybody who wants. You got my address, you find it under Tresor.Foundation. Good night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so thanks. We're gonna keep it moving because we're running a little bit over. But next up is a panel that's gonna be chaired by Andrea Horan, featuring Aisling Rogerson, Bill Harris, Dave Parle, and Eileen Coughlin. So I'll leave it over to the guys.
Cozy. Hi, everyone. Hi, everybody. I'm Andrea Horan. I'm so excited to be here with this panel of dreamboats today who are space makers and who have made Dublin a better place to be. When I was asked to host this panel about space making and placemaking, I was kind of thinking about what impact spaces and places have had on me. And you don't really interrogate what you do and why you did it. But for me, until after, and when I did start doing that, I realised that everything I'd done had been formed from, especially the nighttime economy, as we say, and how I'd met people, and that had made me want to create a space in Dublin with a nail bar called Tropical Popical. I've no interest in beauty or the beauty business, but what I did have an interest in is a space that would act as a hub for community in the city, that would be special to the city and would make the city sing, and would bring visitors to the city and would give a service to the people who live there. And I think that's the main thing when we're talking about spaces and places, what we should be thinking about, that we are bringing people into Dublin and we are catering to the locals. And when I think about the nighttime economy, I used to work in a company called Think House, which is a marketing and PR company, and I hired most of the staff on a dance floor at some stage. And they're still there, creative directors and very high up in the business. So I think a lot of the time the impact of space and place is underestimated and isn't seen as a valuable asset to an economy, to a city, and to our humanity, not to get over dramatic, but that's what I like to do. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to ask our lovely panel here to introduce themselves and to talk about the spaces and places they've created and the ones that informed them to get to that place. And because you're sitting beside me, Dave, you're going to kick it off.
No worries. My name is Dave Parrell. I've been a music promoter in the city since like 2005. I've ran lots of different nights, like indie nights, club nights, ran gigs, part of Hidden Agenda. Also been part of festivals over the years. Would have been part of the team that set up the first Forbidden Fruit Festival, for example. And I've also been part of like District 8. And more recently, focused more on bars. So I'm a co-owner of Fidelity, Big Romance, and Love Tempo. Yeah.
My name is Aisling. I'm the owner of the Fumbly and the Fumbly Stables, and I was one of the founding partners of the Dublin Flea Market as well, which ran from 2008 to 2019. The neighbourhood of Newmarket, Blackpits, that part of the Liberties has basically informed my whole professional career. It was coming in to the Dublin Food Co-op, which used to be on Newmarket Square, and getting involved in the cafe there that kind of kicked off everything. It was being in that space, seeing the potential of that space, that started the flea market, and that then led to us wanting to open something more permanent for ourselves, which led to the Fumbly. All of it was looking at the vacant spaces that were in the area and trying to see what we could do with them. And that's basically what's gotten me here today.
I'm Eileen. I think the oldest here. So yeah, I kind of started very early, back in the early 90s. First project, I was 19, set up a techno record label with Detroit artists, Urban Substance Records, and then Sequential. Started a magazine and then started promoting. So would have worked with a lot of the guys in the Hacienda, Ministry of Sound, brought them over, toured them around Ireland, and then just, techno promotions, all that type of stuff. Then went on to work with a lot of venues in Dublin. Ended up opening my own places then. Most recently, Hangar is my last nightclub. Had Savoy in Cork, Law Society, and now I work for owners. So, yeah, the nighttime economy for me is, I'm very passionate about it. I'd work a lot with promoters and collectives now, just trying to encourage new promoters into the market. One of my clients at the moment is a new nightclub called Soho. And I am finding a real lack of promoters on the ground. It's not like the 90s. There isn't a hunger there. And I think COVID definitely affected that. It affected the scene in a massive way. So yeah, I'm passionate about trying to get a Think House together and encouraging with the likes of ourselves sitting here just to kind of teach them how to be promoters. And there is money to be made, and there's incredible achievements to be made and kind of pulling in the cultural collectives.
I am Bill Harris. I also DJ under the name Bull Horse. And I suppose I don't really know where to begin, but I'm involved in a collective called Tender, and what's probably unique to us in comparison to the rest of the panel is that we're quite nomadic. We're a DIY party that started just after COVID, and it was kind of born out of losing particular spaces, mainly Jigsaw, which I'm sure a lot of you have danced in the puddles of shit in. But yeah, it started out of that, and it's four of us that run the collective, and we realized very early on that certain clubs in Dublin worked really well and then others didn't, and we just wanted to figure out the space in between and what we could do maybe with the vacant spaces or alternative spaces that are out there that just haven't been used yet. So this is actually one of them that we used for the first time nearly a year and a half, 2 years ago. And ever since then, we've just been kind of seeing what we can do with what is on offer in Dublin, which isn't a lot, but if you use your imagination, it actually is. I'm also a visual artist and an organizer, and in my own practice, I kind of use sound and space in particular and do kind of audio-based moving things around the city as well. So space is a really big part of my concern at the minute. So, yeah.
Gorgeous. I don't want to start on a negative, but we come to this conversation with a conversation about a loss of cultural spaces. We've seen one of the projects I worked on was called No More Hotels, which was campaigning against the eradication of places to dance to make way for tourists to the city rather than looking at who was already in the city. And what we've seen in the city, I live around the area Aisling was talking about, and we've seen this huge development in Dublin, but we see not no cultural spaces, but a lot less cultural spaces, but a lot of empty spaces that could be made up of cultural spaces. And I suppose my question is, if we are to look back at the principles of Jane Jacobs, who talks about how to create a city and how cities become their own natural ecosystem, and how we shouldn't really interrogate that, not interrogate it, but interrupt it too much and let the ecosystem happen. But we're now in a city that is being built around us. And I suppose, Aisling, going to you first, as someone who has taken one of the spaces that was probably not built traditionally for a cafe, how is it our job to get in at the beginning of developments happening, or is it like, do we have to come in afterwards and then make that work for us? And how did that work for you?
I don't think there's a set formula. I think every situation is unique. For us, going into the Fumbly, that space had been empty, I think, for 8 years. It just happened to, and that was during, so we were in the Fumbly from 2012. So if you're saying like crash 2008, there was still like the years before, still in the Celtic Tiger where that was a vacant space as well. They just hadn't managed to fill it. It's apartments above. And we got it because we were literally knocking on doors. We were walking around the neighborhood every week for months, literally kind of going, where could we possibly go? And also at the time we were looking to open a little falafel place. We were looking at something like much smaller, and we had to get ourselves out of what was originally our idea. We had to take ourselves out of that to find what we did find as well. We had to kind of go, okay, well maybe that wasn't flowing and we weren't finding it, and it was like, okay, maybe we can go bigger. And it ended up being something much bigger than what we were planning, and then it just grew into what it was. The Fumbly Stables then came about because 3 years after we were in the Fumbly, we wanted to do more things, and we wanted to be able to offer workshops and just basically expand our offering. And that was literally a situation of just kind of like opening our eyes to what was around us as well. We were like walking up and down Fumbly Lane every day, and only one day did we see this empty building, and it was just the need that we had at the time, and then literally just seeing it. And that building was for sale at the time. Thank God we had 3 years of a business under our belts that was going reasonably okay, which allowed us to go to the bank, and we got a mortgage and we bought the building. I think, you know, that's an example of that, like, literally just get out there and knock on doors kind of scenario. I know that now it's different though. It's harder. And if we look at Newmarket Square as an example, you know, like there was an article there recently in one of the papers about the 8 building, I think that's on the square there, and how the ground floor was designated as a market space. And that was because the Dublin Flea Market had the license for Newmarket Square at the time. And when that development was put through, and the local community and everyone kind of putting in their objections and everything made sure that that ground floor market space was the ground floor retail, was designated as market space. So the planning was given on that basis. Since it's been built, the developers haven't, to anyone's knowledge, made any effort to even approach a market organiser in Dublin to put a market in there. What they've done is they've tried to go and apply for a change of usage to retail, which I think got denied. But like for me, that's a prime example of there could be a market in there, but you know, why aren't the developers talking to the market organisers, or why aren't the market organisers going out and seeking that particular developer to talk to them? What I'm really interested in these days are the bridges, are the like, how do we make those conversations happen? Like this event here, this is so important to try and get the two parties who both have something that the other person wants. You know, the developers do want there to be life and activity in their buildings. They want it to be an attractive building. And we have those ideas and that creativity and that gumption and that, like, you know, that desire to do it. But there's just this absolute void of conversation that really needs to be addressed.
As we're all solution-based, what would you say would be the best way to maybe... You're talking about maybe finance capital that is coming in to fund this. They're maybe not based in the country. They are not thinking about the local market and how that would be good for community. Is there structures we can put in place through maybe planning recommendations or a way of working that could be implemented into planning that would make it more sustainable for these conversations to happen, do you think?
I mean, yeah, my brain starts to frazzle when we start to get into that whole kind of territory. I'm much more about the kind of grassroots level of connections, and, you know, yes, there is definitely certain things that have to happen more, you know, on the government kind of side of things and the planning side of things. I'm not particularly the person who knows how to make that happen. You know, I think that really just comes through, like, more just like better lobbying, more people who can go into those environments, who do have the lingo, who have the speak, who are able to communicate the message that both represents the creatives on the ground, but then that gets that message across in a way that is like financially viable and ticks all the boxes for that vulture fund and whatever it is that they're looking for. Yeah, I'm more interested these days in just the nuts and bolts of how do you get people together in a room and get them talking, you know, and it is just you need bridges. There's certain people in this world who are bridges. They are the connectors between communities, and they're the ones who have the lingo for both communities. And they're able to bring them together. And I think there's people like that in this room here today, and like the organisers of this event, they are those people. And I think it's just a case of taking the next steps and really just going like, no, we're gonna do this. We're gonna make this happen.
I suppose with the developments we're seeing a lot of the lingo in the selling points of the curated communities that they're trying to sell is something that has been created by you guys. And I suppose, Dave, to show the value of what these cultural spaces bring to an area, a community, and an economic return. Maybe you could talk about opening the bars in where you open them and what value that's brought to the neighbourhood and to the value of the area. I've seen, like, I suppose for me something that really stood out was Hendrix were holding events and everyone was going to Fidelity. So there was this complete cross-tabulation of shared spaces, etc. So is activities like that showcasing the value of these spaces to an economic benefit? And I hate that we have to justify culture with an economic caveat, but I suppose that's life.
Yeah, I guess, well, I suppose with culture, if it's working, I guess the money follows in some way. Like, you know, you can kind of, like if people are going to things, you can eventually, I guess, make it work. But yeah, I guess in terms of the areas that we've gone into, so into Parnell Street for the Big Romance, and then Smithfields for Fidelity, and then Love Temple on Thomas Street. So they're all like kind of, they're not like the centre of town or anything. But where we started in the Big Romance, for example, definitely not a very popular side of town. A lot of people don't venture that side of O'Connell Street too often and stuff. But I really believed in the area. Like it's very culturally diverse. It's very interesting. It's very lively. It's actually really easy to access from different parts of town. And I think that's what we're maybe seeing more of in recent years, is people not being afraid to expand out from the city centre, because I think the city was too centrally focused, and there's now more interesting things happening further out. And I guess from my perspective, I definitely hope at least that these spaces definitely have added to the areas, because as I kind of approach them, it's like they are places where there's like some sort of cultural exchange. They're not simply bars. Of course, selling alcohol pays the bills with it, but that isn't the reason why we've done them. We've done them because we're interested in music. We're interested in people getting together who like music, and you know, we hope that people can come in and have some sort of experience where it's enriched their lives in even the tiniest way. And that obviously adds to areas. So hopefully with Smithfield, for example, which is different to Parnell Street because it's already doing quite well, and Stony Batter is really lively, lots of things happening there. But I do hope that we've gone in and, you know, added to it, and that's what we would always strive to do.
And do you think, I think a big thing for all these cultural spaces is the added layer of security that having people on street at night provides. Is that something you think is valid?
Having people on the street. Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, you always want that with an area. In what sort of way do you mean?
The safest city is a city that has people on the road and that has, instead of empty glass-fronted buildings, has active places that have people going in and out, which provides its own security without having to bring in a heap load of guards.
Yeah, actually, and that's where the area. So it was obviously the old dice bar, but when we moved into that spot, that whole block was actually empty. So you have like along Benburb Street there's like really nothing happening along the Lewis tracks at all, and there was like a lot of, I guess, like kind of drug dealing and things like that on that street. And then around the corner then there was like kind of nothing there. But since we've moved in, which is only like 2 years ago, those places have filled up. There's like the Mikasa restaurant, there's the Japanese spot in the corner, I forget the name. There's like the pottery classes, there's all that stuff all happening in that area. And it's become this hub, so people are going to do the axe throwing in the afternoon and then coming into the bar for some dinner afterwards and all that. And you can see this like whole thing that is happening there where we're all thriving with each other. And that has literally all happened over just like the past 2 years, because nearly every spot there was closed. Like there's 2 like hairdressers that have opened and all that. And all that makes the area, it brings it to life. It does make it safer, for sure. And it just brings good energy to the space, and hopefully people kind of connect to that.
Yeah, I suppose there is often a disconnect of how much impact having a cultural space can have on the surrounding businesses. Connor from Crew, I was just talking to him earlier, he has a business beside Mazer Studio, and whenever Mazer puts on an event, business soars. So there's so much economic value to be had from having a good time and for putting on good stuff. Sometimes when I'm thinking about Dublin right now and talking about needing all these spaces and but then being faced with the crisis of technology, of how everyone's staying at home and they don't want to go out anymore apparently, and everyone's lonely based on the lack of infrastructure we've provided in spaces, transport, etc. I suppose, Bill, as the youngster, and do you think that's true? Because then when I see we have these big one-off events like Silo, and at festivals, the electronic dance tents are rammed and everyone is going to these, but we're losing, and as you were saying, Eileen, we're losing this kind of culture of like the weekly club night that you go out on a Tuesday, etc. What kind of infrastructure and spaces do you think we need to bring back that life to the city all the time? Because I know when I was young, I used to go out on a Tuesday for one type of music, on a Thursday for Backlash, and stay out till Sunday or whatever, whereas there isn't that situation to happen anymore, because you almost have to put on something that's going to be a commercial success, or else it's not worth doing. So we don't have this ecosystem that allows you not to have to be a sellout, or with the content that DJs and artists are making, that if you don't have a room full of people, that it's not a success. Whereas you need to have this ecosystem of small venues, bigger venues, etc. What type of venues would you say those would be?
Like, I wouldn't even necessarily go to the venues, because the point that you made about these kind of one-off events, what's happening at the moment is there's so few spaces that the ones that we do still have, that we really need and we are very grateful for, they do get very sameish after a while if nothing's being done to them, in terms of you're going in and people are playing music and it's very different types of music, but if the space isn't changing in a drastic way, then that one club that you have that you go to 3 to 4 times in like the space of 2 or 3 months maybe gets very similar. So you need these events that are happening in spaces other than clubs, and in spaces other than like the basement of a restaurant or whatever else. Because there is this kind of crisis of imagination at the moment in Dublin, in my opinion, and that's coming about due to a lack of these varied spaces. I was looking at these old posters that Andrew was showing me, my partner, of, I can't even remember where the clubs were, but like mad places that were having Tuesday parties and Wednesday parties, and like that's never even been a thing for me, and I'm not that young, I don't think. But like, I don't even remember a time. I remember Hanger Mondays being a thing, and that was great, but like you'd never go out on a Monday now in town, or you'd rarely even get a full place on a Thursday, and it's just because we don't have enough spaces to have a varied enough week for the audience. And what you're losing through that then is a crowd. You're losing an audience. You're getting these people emigrating. The solution to that is space, I think. You do need a multitude of options, even if they are just these temporary little things that open for 10 weeks at a time. Like, special shout out to Base, which Viva's involved in, sitting here in the front of the crowd. They got the vacant spaces unit in James Joyce Street. And what's nice about that is that it's for 10 weeks, so they have a very tight, very energetic kind of program, and people know Tuesdays this is happening, Wednesday it's a deep listening session, and there's these events that they're going to go to because they're going to be gone soon. So even to have that that certain energy really condensed and be like, okay, we know that we have 10 weeks to do this thing, and then next, what's the next space? But that's the only one that the Dublin City Council have at the minute. So if there was more of them, that'd be great. Or even gallery spaces. I know they had this late license sometime last year, where they were doing events on Thursdays, and I did one of them in the Douglas Hyde, and a few other places have done them, and the complex did one as well. Galleries and institutions also have this power, because the clubs aren't there, to set up these temporary little nightclubs or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Eileen, you talk about your journey through the good old times, as I like to say, as I'm old. And there was obviously challenges then, and we were going through recession, but there seemed to be such a variety of use of spaces and an energy that Bill talks about that's missing now. What do you think we can do now to bring that kind of energy back? And obviously we're facing into high rents, we're facing into suburban living, we're facing into artists not being able to live in the city, which means we don't have people students out during the week because they're being taken off into off campus, etc. So how do we get that energy back into the city and for these places and spaces to be activated? Because it's not that we have a lack of spaces, we have so much empty, derelict, or just like box-ticked cultural spaces, like if we look at what happened with the Tivoli and the space that was built but not finished, that is laying empty and not being utilised. How do we bring these back into use? And how, like, there's a disconnect between, I suppose, the value that they can bring and having people in the city. What was that time like when it was full and active and busy?
Yeah, I think there is spaces there. I mean, I'm finding it difficult to find the promoter collectives. I can see it. I've seen it over the years. It's a repeat, and I'm seeing incredible creative collectives through music, through kind of art, through making clothes, and I'm seeing what they're doing, but none of them are joining, and that's frustrating me. So what I'm trying to do is join them now together, and almost recreate a scene. And that's something that we would have done back in the 90s. You identify, okay, well, this is missing. They're doing this in London. I'm going to do that. There was an energy. There was a ballsiness to it, And I remember throwing flyers around into pub toilets. There was no promoting on social media, we were creating. We were all collectively creating something very new that hadn't happened. And I feel that needs to happen again. I think there's a little bit of fear out there. I don't think it's laziness. I think it's more these collectives just don't know what to do, where to go, how to negotiate deals, how to talk to venue owners, they don't know, I think mentorship to me is the big thing. And so an organisation like this is where it starts. So people know where to go to connect to people, to educate them, to encourage them, to guide them, to facilitate them with venues. I know the owner of this place, I'll talk to him, I'll get you this, I'll get you the decks, I'll get you the speakers, I'll get you that. Help them promote it. And just recreate the scene with the collective, the four of us sitting up here, because train 5 promoters in a minute. So I think it is having a base for people to go to. Like Square Roots, and then connecting people. And then, I suppose, with my recent work in consultancy, I work with developers, I work with the finance guys, I advise them. So when they're looking at spaces and the viability and commerciality and looking at business plans, I'll say, okay, well, these are the people you need to talk to. You need to talk to this person for food, you need to talk to this person for music. So it is joining that, but having an organisation like this that developers will go to and say, okay, I'm looking at this vacant building, what grant initiatives are available to me from the government, and that's hugely important, and there's EU grants there available as well, and then connecting with collectives on the ground, and then we start creating a wealth in the community as well, that people get the opportunity to be involved at a grassroots level, as opposed to the usual people going in. And when I mean the usual, I'm talking about big players. We have to give the opportunity to independents out there, small collectives, to get a seat at the table. And I'm passionate about that.
Do you think that's financially viable? Like, I know when I opened my business, it was a lot easier to get into a venue, to like with the money you have to show up front, etc. Now, and the speculation of properties, etc. How do we get that over the line?
Well, I don't see this. I'm not talking about this from an ownership perspective. This would be, I suppose, with the developers and investors. They're the ones that are going to open the venue. But it's having the collectives then come on board after the fact. But it's giving the opportunity to smaller collectives. What I'm hearing back with the kind of collectives that I mentor and the DJs and bands and whatever, they just don't know who to talk to. They don't know how to have the conversation. They don't know what's available to them. They don't know how the system works. I know everyone. So I'll just connect them, and make the introductions. But I also find with the Arts Council, I know are very kindly supporting this event, but in fairness, I feel they're a little bit out of touch with what's going on. And I've worked with them on previous businesses that I had, manufacturing businesses and stuff like that, and they're really good with stuff like that, but they don't know the scene. They don't know who's doing what, and they don't understand it. So it's up to us to educate them, to say this is where the scene is going, this is what's needed, these are the collectives in place, we'll put you in touch with everybody. And just to have something that, if somebody's sitting here and they're thinking about starting a club night, or they have a clothing brand or something like that, that they know that they can come to somebody and say, okay, well, what do I do now? How do I make this happen? So having an organisation like this that is almost semi-mentoring, then connecting commercially, and then tying the developers in.
Maybe, Dave, you could jump in as someone who's opened a venue, two venues, how you went from being the creative into the venue owner, and what challenges you were faced with and how you overcame them.
Yeah, so that's kind of just one of those, it's just a long, continuous journey where I've been working for myself, and like that really started in 2005 when I was a student and I set up a night, and from there then worked in music and kept doing my own promoting and jumped to different things, and slowly over the course of, what was it then, would have been like 13 years, got to a point where really wanted to open up my own space. We kind of always, we had like a little bit of an eye on spots and stuff, but really it was quite lucky. It was like something that pub went up on Daft. I guess because it was Parnell Street, there wasn't like loads of people jumping at it. We were like, okay, yeah, and then we like took it on like that. Without any real, we knew what we wanted to do creatively, but didn't have a clue what we were doing, which helped because
if you had known, you probably wouldn't have.
No,
done
definitely
it.
not. Definitely not. And we got in there with I guess kind of a really we didn't really do up the place. We focused on speakers and good people and bringing our records in and things like that. And luckily because we know marketing and because we are really connected and really genuinely love this stuff and have traveled all over and knew what we wanted to bring to the city, it was busy from the start. But if it wasn't busy from the start, to be honest, within 6 months we would have been done, that way. It was definitely not, it was kind of mental really. But I guess there's that kind of thing where if it's similar to what you were saying about kind of just having an idea and a passion and trying to find a place, and eventually if you are persistent, even in a city where there's a lot of restrictions, a lot of negativity and all that, you'd be surprised with some persistence what you might find, and with a bit of luck and a really good idea that is something that Dublin needs, it should work, but maybe a lot of luck.
I suppose you've all talked about what you've done, but I would love to probably wrap up this with saying what maybe your hopes would be for Dublin and what we need, and maybe if there's an example of what works somewhere else that you think could work here and how we'd make that happen. Just that small little sum up in a minute, please. Thanks.
Me?
Aisling, go. You can have a go at that.
I think just listening to what you were saying, Eileen, there, you know, the work that you're doing in connecting people already with developers. I think like there's so many different ways that this can happen. You know, there's so many different ways for cultural spaces to be created. The version that I'm really interested in is the one that doesn't have an investor sitting over it. It's an investor that has blank space, who understands the value of giving that blank space to someone to do something 100% independently with. And really, I think it's like, my hope is that like we can tell that story and get better at communicating why that is so important to these people who have those spaces. You know, it's like that list of stats that Dimitri showed at the end there of like the actual hard facts of what the nighttime economy is bringing to Berlin as a city. It's like, that's the language that they speak. Okay, let's get more of that kind of stuff. And let's also like strengthen it with the human piece as well, and the cultural piece, and the you know, making your neighborhoods and your cities richer as well, you know, kind of like just make it a really strong message to get across to them so that they understand that like there might not be financial gain for them in this ground floor retail unit, or there might not be as much financial gain than just renting it out as offices or whatever, but there's so much more than just the finances in that richness, and it's going to make everything better. And yeah, my hope is just getting that a bit more across, because we've lost that. I think that's what we've lost, is those like completely blank spaces that don't have an agenda behind them, or someone else kind of just sneakily in the background going, oh yeah, but actually we need this to be making X amount of money, you know?
Eileen?
Yeah, and that's that's the battle that I have, I suppose. Dave, you know, when we're all owners as well, and we need to pay the bills and whatever. And now my last nightclub, I'm consulting now. Thankfully, I can sleep better at night, that I don't have to worry about it. The staff going to get paid this week, you know. It's very expensive to have a business in Dublin at the moment, you know, and I have so much respect for the guys, you know. The price of product has gone up with the clients. I work with 2 restaurant groups as well as a nightclub at the moment, and I see the struggles that they have, and it's real. And there's no grant funding available to pubs or restaurants. Hotels will get it, but venues, nightclubs, pubs get nothing, absolutely nothing. So I think that needs to be addressed as well, and that is the frustration with the, I suppose, that's almost stopping the scene exploding. Because if you go as a promoter to a nightclub, and I am the person they have to talk to by majority with the club that I'm working in at the moment, the promoters come to me, and I have to ask them, how many are you expecting? What clubs did you do before, just to, you know, check the crowd profiling. I have to predict the spend of the bar to make sure the viability is there for the club. It costs the club X amount of money to open. They're not trading during the day, so they're highly dependent on the hours of trading from 10 till 2:30 in the morning. And if I think this promoter is only going to attract 50 people, I can't take the night. But and it breaks my heart, but I can't. Now, I'll generally say, okay, but listen, give this fella a call or give this girl a call, and they'll take you in, and that's smaller and whatever. So, and that's then, you're looking at, okay, what's going to fill the club? So you do generally have to push for commercial. Now, we started an over 35s, 80s, 90s thing early on a Saturday, and it's exploded weekly. And that's been a really interesting one to work on. And looking at, I suppose, a reflection of modern Ireland as well, and trying to do everything from Latin nights, Brazilian nights, Mongolian nights, K-pop nights, la 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 la. But there is definitely a need for some sort of mentorship out there, because I can see it. I can see the scenes, and they're just all not talking to each other. So going back to when I started a hip-hop night in Rerun, called Fat City, and we had a very small urban collective in Dublin, and I didn't know what I was doing. I just loved the music, and I wanted to create something. So to add something to it, I got involved with the clothing companies that were selling really cool clothes, and I got them to get involved in the night. Then I got involved, skateboarders, and I put in a skateboarding thing, and then I got the graffiti guys, and it just happened. And I'd love to see that type of thing happening again. And I'm seeing incredible people. There's so many singer-songwriters out there. There's so many people with their own clothing brands. It's a real, but they're not. There's nowhere for them to.
Connection is kind of what we need.
Showcase.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And then tying it in with, imagine you had a space that gave the opportunity to these singer-songwriters. There's your stage, there's your mic, there's your backline. It's all provided for you. Your A&R guys can come and see you there. Get brands involved.
Which we kind of had with our Unit 44 in Stoneybatter, which is now going. So they're, again, back to the meanwhile space, and that was non-commercially driven. So it's how do you get that space? Bill?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's something that really needs to be focused on at the moment, because they're all very real concerns, but what's more of a concern, I think, now for people that actually want to go out and have fun is the fucking cost of everything.
Yeah.
Everything is so interconnected. When it comes to losing the crowds on a Tuesday or Wednesday, you're losing them because you don't have people living in the city. You don't have people going to clubs that much because they don't have the money to spend on pints. So what really needs to happen is these spaces where finance isn't the driving factor.
We need a recession.
We need a recession, and we need loads of vacant spaces, and we need people to squat them again and do these DIY parties, because that's what I've seen most of the energy around in the last few years, is these spaces where you don't have to go in and spend money. It might be BYOB, or it might be an actual squat where they're doing an event, a community-based event. And that's what really needs to happen, because something that I found quite interesting from what Dimitri said was, or it was in one of the slides, is that dancing is not a crime. And in Dublin, at the minute, on an unlicensed dance floor, it is, which is bollocks. So it needs to just be more of a thing, and people need to realise how interconnected it all is. And with the elections coming up on Friday, I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but yous know who to probably best vote for. But it's all connected, and there is these people in the community as well that Dimitri said that do want to do the thing. They just need to be empowered to do it. It exists. It has always existed. It will always exist. We might forget about it, or it might be told to us that certain things weren't acceptable or aren't acceptable. I'm thinking about this interview that I was sent during the summer when I was doing research on Shomer Spree. It was an RTE interview that they did, I think, when they were occupying a building on Abbey Street. And the interviewer, it had all the really official RTE intro music, and the presenter had the proper tone of an RTE presenter as well. And when he started, he was like, "Now, would you rather see that vacant community centre down the end of your road just sit there and rot, or would you rather see people in it doing something?" And when I heard it for the first time, I was like, am I being punked or something? Was this actually on RTE at a certain point? Were they agreeing about occupying buildings and taking them back and doing something with them? And then an expert came on, and he was agreeing with the guy from Shomer Spree as well. And everyone was so in agreement about what the city should and can be. And I just think we need to get back to that, and it is through imagination. So, yeah.
Yeah, can I just throw something in here? The election's coming up. We've got a very, very flawed planning system here. It makes it very, very difficult to open premises and to use them, and usages and change of usages and all of that. I would have been working with Taylor's Hall for a while, which is now closed, and it can only open for private events, so it's closed. Because how can you trade like that?
Yeah.
So I think the planning, this is, if you are having conversations and have the patience to talk to politicians at your door, I just won't open my door to them. But that's the question. that needs to be asked.
Change the system.
Change the system.
Change the system.
Just make it easier to do business in this goddamn city. Just make it a little bit easier for everybody.
We're at time now, so we're going to end on changing the system. Stunning. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much to the panel. I'm going to keep it very brief just to keep it moving. I suppose just in terms of the conversation has moved to areas of reframing the value of that cultural communities and music can offer to our cities and stuff. So on that theme, we are welcoming up now to the stage one of the foremost thinkers in that area in the world, and that's Shane Spiro. So I will welcome Shane to the stage.
If I talk in this and I have this, is that like 2 microphones? So you'll definitely hear me. Hi. It's nice to be back in Dublin. I haven't, oh, it's already started. I have it down there. My name is Shane. I'm from London, despite how I sound, but I promise. That's me. And in 2013, I founded a company called Sound Diplomacy. We work with cities and governments all over the world on music and culture and nighttime economy policy and strategy. I've worked in 130-odd cities, trying to do the stuff that was said on the panel, essentially, trying to be that translator. I have an events company called Music Cities Events. We run conferences all over the world around this topic. I'm in Saudi Arabia next week running one. We have them around music and real estate, music and planning, music and tourism. And I run a nonprofit called the Center for Music Ecosystems. We're working with the United Nations and global governments to incorporate music into how we address and solve big problems. Because what's happening in Dublin is happening everywhere. We kind of have a little joke that everybody kind of has the same unique problems. And maybe we need to think a little bit more about coming together globally as well to address solutions as well as locally. So I wrote a book about this. There's a few copies, it's right here. Hilariously, it's the same as Phil's company title. That was coincidental, but I guess hopefully great minds think alike, or we're both big Talking Heads fans. The book came out last year. It's been translated now into 6 languages. The audiobook comes out in April if you're not a reader and you want to listen to the book. Check it out. There's a few copies backstage that I can bring out if anyone's interested in buying one. So first, I just want to add some context to this talk, because I think that one of the things I heard on that panel was there's this issue of translation. There's an issue of communicating the value of cultural space or the people who run it versus understanding how land works and how we have accepted a system over several hundred years that governs how land is valued and how land works. So I'm sure that everyone's had a glass of water today, right? If you haven't, stay hydrated. It's important. But I'm going to point at this water. So, when this is made or when water comes out of the tap in all our homes, right, there's a whole host of things that need to happen for that moment to happen, right? But we completely ignore those moments happening when they happen. There's a ubiquity of ignorance around accepting clean water. Yes, we pay for it, but we're not thinking about the sanitation, the filtration, the engineering, the pipes, everything that gets to us, that needs to get to us for clean water to get to us, because clean water is genuinely only important when you don't have it, right? It's the only time you notice it. And I kind of believe that that is the same thing that's going in most of our heads when we're in one of these, right? So when you're at a club or you're at a gig, how many of you, even us working in the sector, are thinking about the amount of jobs that are in this picture? Just take a second and count how many jobs are either facilitated by this or are literally in this picture, right? I can think of 15 to 20, right? A lot of them have nothing to do with music or culture. The place has to be cleaned, right? There's probably an accountant functioning somewhere. Obviously, there's all the hospitality and so on. Or that picture. Probably more jobs because it's a bigger one. By the way, that is not a stock photo. That's an actual venue. That is a stock photo because of the 3 yellow hats that I've noticed in them. There's one over there. I've done this a few times. The people who are tasked, right, with facilitating something like this to happen, I'm not talking about the promoter, but everyone from, our local governments to our regulatory infrastructure to police to health and safety and so on, they probably don't realize all the jobs and all the skills that are facilitated by these things. And also because we don't explain it very well. One of the biggest challenges that we face in music, nightlife, entertainment is there's very little data to understand its economic value in a community, right? How much is music worth in Dublin? Just collectively. Then how much is live music worth in Dublin? How does that compare to other sectors, right? I think that Dublin actually does have a few statistics, but I'm not entirely sure. I know that Cork does. I just don't know it off my head. And that's the thing, right? How do we measure and understand the value of music or of nightlife in a city? Because I believe that the same ignorance of ubiquity that we have towards water, we take towards music. And the reason is because music is one of the most intensely personal things that we all share, right? When I say the word music, it means something different to each and every one of you, right? But it means something. And individual beliefs are really crap ways for making decisions in cities, I have learned, right? A city is a collection of decisions and priorities that we take to govern the places that we share, right? So we elect people to take decisions as to where to spend money and where not to spend money, where to prioritize and where not to prioritize, what to invest in, what not to invest in. These are just the basic questions that are taken every single day in Dublin, because Dublin is a living organism. All cities are, right? People will leave today, new people will come tomorrow. And we're just trying to make decisions. Music, culture, nighttime economy tend not to be a part of those decisions. That's why, as I heard, you have a crap planning system for creating or developing or supporting venues, right? Because probably the planning system is based on alcohol and liquor. It's not based on the facilitation and management of culture, right? Because the valuation of music, the valuation of culture, how we understand literally how it works, how it functions, what it does, and what it means is not incorporated into the decisions and the priorities that we tend to take to govern cities, right? And music is especially complicated, not just live music. For one reason is because we all see it differently, and most of us are passionate about it. And I would say 95% of people have absolutely no idea how it works at its most basic level. How does music get on the internet? People know, right? How does a music copyright work? How do venues pay licensing for public performance? How is that calculated? I'm sure some of you know the answer to this question, given that you're in this room, but a lot of people don't, and I'm sure most of your city councilors have no idea. So here we are trying to advocate for something as economic value. We have not explained how it creates economic value, and then we argue for its cultural value based on our personal beliefs or personal experiences or personal understandings of culture. That is inequitable, purely inequitable, right? I struggle with this because to me, nightlife is defined by every individual person in a different way, right? It's my nightlife. So when you think that a venue that's near and dear to you is closing, that sucks. Then you think everything sucks. That's not true, because people experience nightlife, nighttime economy in different ways, right? I used to work in the cultural team in the Mayor of London's office, and I worked on music policy. And we noticed that a lot of people actually were criticizing us because we didn't have a policy around shisha bars, right? Because shisha bars to certain parts of the community are their nighttime economy, right? Especially people who don't drink of a certain cultural background or whatever. Just for example, are we thinking about that? And do we have the nuance to explain basic stuff? What is it? How does it create value? Right? Cultural and economic, and sometimes social. And then how do we then communicate that value and be, as the panel said, translators? So I'm going to try over the next few minutes. So first off, I'm kind of looking at both sides here. So I'm just going to click through. So here are some ways that we calculate the value of music, right? So obviously there's the cultural value of music. I've been in Dublin for about 15 hours. I went for a walk last night. I'm just staying around the corner, and I heard Irish music like coming out of 4 bars, right? So clearly, great. Clearly there's cultural value in that moment to those people to do that thing. Maybe there's also economic value as well, right? Some communities want a thriving music industry, whatever that means, right? Different types of industries, different genres, different disciplines. Obviously, we want a safe and healthy and thriving nighttime economy, a nighttime economy that is protecting, vulnerable communities, is safe for women, but also is creating jobs and building income. Some cities measure the value of music based on access to music education, right? Because creating music education is not just about, to me, fostering musicians. That's great. But to me, it's about creating audiences and building humility in people, right? That's what music education is. It's about creating better people who can become better audiences. And then some of them may become musicians. Great. And also some communities, some cities look at music from a soft diplomacy perspective. And some as well focus on their festivals and events. Some do focus on nighttime economy and club culture, like Berlin. I'm not sure if anyone read The Guardian today, but you know that there's a proposed 13.8% cut in Berlin's cultural budget. And they're having a giant protest on Friday, walking to the Brandenburg Gate. This is all culture, theater, museums, art, club culture, because Germany is having a debate around what it should and shouldn't be investing in. And Berlin is, unfortunately, part of that. So that's a big problem. If Berlin is cutting, then God, what luck do we have anywhere, right? We would say. But these are some of the ways that cities, that communities, and sometimes that countries are thinking of music. Some cities try to become UNESCO cities of one thing or another, right? Music, literature, whatever. I worked on Belfast becoming a UNESCO city of music. We co-wrote the application for them. That was a big priority to them. So these are the types of things that cities look at in terms of musical value. Well, what's missing from this, right? What's the inverse? How is property valued? Okay? First off, I have learned over and over and over again that we have this fundamental challenge that we all have to accept that we want to fight. I saw this last panel started on systems change, right? The system that needs to change is we value the dirt more than what happens inside the building. Full stop. That is how our system is set up. It's the value of the dirt that matters. It doesn't really matter what happens inside the building, so long as what happens inside the building is increasing the value of the dirt. And unfortunately, culture en masse is one of the worst ways to accrue value of dirt. It just is. Yes, there are many, many examples of culture increasing the value, right? But en masse, no. It's just, unfortunately, building housing is much better, and we need more housing. So here are the ways that I have learned that the real estate sector values property, right? So at Sound Diplomacy, we have an architecture practice and an infrastructure practice. So we help build stuff. We're working on, 7 or 8 different venues around the world. An amphitheater, a stadium, a couple of grassroots music venues. I'm helping develop a small grassroots music venue in my neighborhood in London. It's constantly difficult. And I'm just looking at these kinds of things. These are just a few that I wrote down. So yield, obviously, right? How much value is the land going to be worth next year compared to what it's worth this year? Usually above inflation, right? Obviously, there's a mixed use and community value, and we're talking about how we can incorporate culture more into creating cultural value in less economically valuable bits of the buildings, sure, but then it has to influence the wider portfolio. And one of the things that I have realized is a lot of people in music and culture have no idea how property raises money, right? And a lot of these things are built on debt or are built on management of a wider portfolio of assets that have to be factored in. So I just find that we have one side, real estate, the objectives and viability of real estate, and then creating a thriving city for us, music makers, music business, nighttime economy, and so on, and that they are two sides of the same coin, but we haven't built a language to explain them. And this kind of frustrates me because all the qualitative, anecdotal stuff is true, right? First, you fill the town with artists, and then land value goes up, and then quote-unquote gentrification happens. I bloody hate that word because it's misused all the time, but it's not gentrification, it's bad planning policy. That's what happens, right? Human beings create systems, human beings can change things, right? Obviously, a thriving grassroots music venue, nightclub, art gallery, whatever, increases the interest of ancillary businesses around it. Obviously, we have examples like Taylor Swift, right, who changed the GDP of countries through touring. Yet, still, we have all these anecdotal definitions of how music and culture and nightlife are making places better, right? So many of them, yet we're having these conversations about why things are so difficult. And the reason why I think that things continue to be difficult is that issue of translation, is that we do not explain the value of music, the value of culture, in a way that whoever we're speaking to understands it. So one of the ways that I have tried to figure this out, and I've learned to explain it, is to explain it like an ecosystem. So an ecosystem, obviously, right? One component part is screwed up, it impacts everything in the ecosystem, like a natural ecosystem. You can replace this with nightlife, you can replace this with culture. But my thing is, we do not explain the through points of how music genuinely impacts, or culture, genuinely impacts all the decisions and priorities that a city takes, right? To choose what I said, who to prioritize in what way. A great example is in Liverpool. I have a few other examples as well, but I didn't choose the Liverpool one. During COVID, the night bus in Liverpool was canceled. No night bus, right? So after COVID, everyone's coming back into the city center, the venues are open. I'm sure you guys have been to Liverpool, right? It's a fairly dense city center, and Duke Street has lots of clubs and bars, right? No night bus got brought back because there was no so there was no cost-benefit analysis done to bring the night bus back. So the Liverpool City Region Music Board, they have a music board, decided to do a feasibility assessment with the University of Liverpool to look at the cost-benefit of bringing the night bus back. They took that study to the Metro Mayor, who then convinced, I forget what bus company, to bring the night bus back, right? On a 3-year plan, because you're gonna lose money the first year. Night bus has been in place now since June, and it's been quite successful, and they've just continued the contract for another year, right? I think it's 3 routes, different ways out of the city. And that has shown that people are staying a bit longer, right? Because now there's night bus availability in Liverpool. But it wasn't, it wasn't a music solution to a music issue. It was a transport issue that music provided a solution to. We thought of music more as an ecosystem. And I think the way that I have learned of it is we tend, again, because we see things in the way that we individually see them, we kind of see our solution as a hammer and everything as a nail, right? If our version of club culture, of nightlife, music is being threatened, then the best way to solve that is to have more of that. Sure, that's our version. And then we see that, the solution is just more of what we think. I think that we need to ask different questions and look at music and look at its relationship with property and try to understand what are the other questions that real estate developers and that the city are trying to answer. When I was backstage talking to one of the lovely stewards or workers here, he was telling me how he may be moving to London because he got a job there. I'm like, great, Dublin's losing money, losing skills. I'm sure that the city council wants its educated young people to leave and move to London. It does, okay, then fine. I'm sure there are a couple people that don't want that. Well, that's one of the things. Most cities are trying to create strategies to attract and retain people, right? Cities are trying to create tourism strategies that either increase tourism or manage tourism, depending on the city, right? We're all concerned about healthcare and about aging, right? And about depopulation in rural areas, all these kinds of things. I believe that if we thought of music and culture more as a nail and everything else as a hammer, are we asking the right questions? Are we proposing our solutions as answers to bigger questions? How do we stop people from moving to London, where it's really hard? I live there, right? It's not an easy city to thrive in the creative economy. But I tend to see that we aren't asking those questions because we are focused on what we believe the answer should be. And maybe when we think about land use and when we think about the impact of real estate, maybe we should ask different questions. So here are just some of the challenges that I think that we could play a better role in. And obviously, I don't know Dublin's system. I'm not hearing the greatest things about your planning policy framework right now. But, please take it from me that you're not alone. This is unfortunately very common. And I do think that there are solutions that have been created in a number of different places. I'm going to show a few in the next slides. But in London, we had the same issue, right? In London, I'm sure you heard the news between 2005 and 2016, a third of our music venues closed down. Not that everything is hunky-dory right now, but things are a little bit better. And one of the reasons why, and there were many reasons why, was because the nighttime economy wasn't written into any local plan. There was no framework or policy framework to understand the role of music and the nighttime economy en masse in terms of how planning policy was made. If something doesn't have a policy in a city, it doesn't exist. If there's no music policy in Dublin or no nighttime economy policy in Dublin, then there is no music and nighttime economy to create a policy around. Therefore, you're going to be governed by other policies: alcohol and liquor, housing, regeneration, so on and so forth. So one of the things that we did is we created a standalone music policy and a standalone nighttime economy policy. That led to the creation of the night czar position in London, right, who's been in place for 8 years or 9 years. But behind her, I know she's actually moving on and they're going to get a new one, but behind her is actually a team of 4 people working solely on nighttime economy. And incorporated into that is a database and a data set that London invests in. The Mayor of London has something called the Intelligence Unit, right? It's just mapping data. It's all available online. You can Google it. And for the first time, nighttime economy usage data was incorporated into the Intelligence Unit. So we can make better decisions and provide better information to communities, to community leaders, to city councilors, to developers, and so on about what could go where and why, and how to best create policy. So first, are we measuring the economic value of what we're doing? And if we are, fantastic. Are we communicating that economic value? Are we measuring the social value? You can measure that, right? You can measure the impact of club culture, of nightlife, of music, and so on how people feel. You can measure it on education. You can measure it on healthcare. There are lots of tools in which you can do that, right? Are we understanding how to reform use classes? So Berlin, for example, this is a great example. This is a positive thing. But last year, the planning law in Berlin was changed so that music venues and nightclubs were given their own specific use class, right? One of the biggest challenges of the nighttime economy, especially places that serve alcohol, is they're joined up with a bunch of other use classes that are more restrictive. So in Berlin until last year, a nightclub was the same use class as a strip club, right? In the UK, in England, sorry, different planning systems, until a couple of years ago, music venues were the same as betting shops, right? And there's a lot of restrictions around betting shops. So understanding how to advocate for the particular use as its own use and creating an evidence base around that, I have learned is a way to explain its economic and social value. And also, the more that we explain what these things are, right, literally, the more people will value them and understand them. And how can we, and this is a bit of a quid pro quo thing, but we have found as well that sometimes it's better to understand what the objectives and what the goals are of the developer, and then try to help meet their goals and be pragmatic. First off, I do believe that we use this word developer en masse, but it means many different things in many different ways, right? It depends on where the money comes from. Some developers are owned by pension funds, and they're often more amenable to longer-term investment strategies because music, culture, nightlife, to me, tends to be more successful if you think about it longer term than if you think about it shorter term. If there's just speculative real estate developers that are looking to exit in 3 years, probably music venue is a bad idea, I would argue. But we tend to lump everybody into the same brush, and sometimes we paint the brush as they're evil or they're bad, right? And we create this us and them mentality, and it's just not like that. Yes, there are bad actors, but there's bad actors on all sides. And most people, I think like the panel said, just want to create places that increase the value, community, social, and economic, around them. Because if they increase that value, the value of the dirt goes up, right? And are we incorporating music and culture into master planning? So is there anyone here from a master planning studio, an architect or planning? So most decisions get made that are very, very hard to change in the pre-app and planning in the master planning phase of a development, especially if it's a mixed-use development, right? If it's not written into the master plan, then it's very, very hard to change. And I'll give you an example of that right now, because this is an example of that. Has anyone been here to Printworks? A few of you? Okay, it's pretty cool. So I worked on it, lots of people worked on it at the very, very beginning, just when I was in the mayor's office, very tangentially. Broadwick Live, who run it, are an amazing company. But this obviously was a meanwhile use, it was a temporary use originally, but the mayor's office, the developer, Broadwick Live, and lots of others worked together to create a permanent use around the regeneration of Canada Water. So while Printworks is going away for a couple of years, it's being brought back. But that wasn't the plan because originally, I think Phil is here, you could probably fill me in on this, but I'm pretty sure the original master plan had it as a meanwhile use and it had to be rewritten, master plan, so it could be made permanent. And the building is, I think, slated to reopen in 2026. But it was based on a partnership between the city, the developer, British Land, and Broadwick Live to recognize the potential total value that that site could have. So Printworks, when it comes back, will be part of a mixed-use development, which will include office space as well in it, and I think other studios and things like that. But this is an example of something that wasn't supposed to happen, but because of positive relationships, because of really understanding how to engage with developers' large mixed-use plan in Canada Water in London, they were able to sustain Printworks. A similar situation with drum sheds as well. If anyone's been there in North London, same operator, Broadwick Live. That started as a temporary use, and it's become permanent, and led to them taking over the former IKEA site, which is now, I think, the biggest nightclub in Europe, right? Yeah. So that all came out of original meanwhile use activations by Broadwick Live, but meanwhile use activations that informed the master plan and pitched the music as a permanent activation. This is a much smaller example of something I have nothing to do with, but I think is amazing. There's a venue in South London called Sister Midnight that has been brought back. It was a pub called the Ravensbourne Arms. It closed. A DIY female non-binary-led collective wanted to bring it back. They actually raised quite a bit of money, but then the freeholder jacked up the price and made it difficult, and then the council stepped in and negotiated with the freeholder and supported the venue, and it's open now, and it's a grassroots music venue. So Lewisham Council worked directly with Sister Midnight and acted as a broker, for lack of a better word, I guess. And if you're ever in Sydenham, like South London, it's an amazing venue. And this is something where it was a community activation. They actually raised money from the community to bring it back. But then when they were faced with a intransigent freeholder, the council actually worked positively with them. And then I want to think about music slightly differently as well, of how we can think more about music in place. And this is one of the things that I'm really excited about in Manchester, is one of the fastest growing areas in the music ecosystem, in the music economy, is actually therapeutics, right? We kind of take it for granted, but there's a lot of good that can be done, but also a lot of money to be made, frankly, around music and healthcare. And there is a developer working with the city of Manchester and a few music charities, including Nordhoff Robbins, which is a music therapy charity, to create the first ever music and dementia center, which will be in a residential mixed-use development, right? It'll be attached to a health center. But this is something, and I'm thinking, how can we understand the use of space? We can also think about back of house as well as front of house. Not everything has to be a venue, but it can support music, education, healthcare, community engagement, and so on. And then lastly, another example that I think is brilliant is Talliard in Wakefield. Has anyone been there? Okay. Does anyone know what Talliard is first? So Talliard is the largest music-specific, music and cultural-specific real estate development in London. It's in King's Cross, or just north of King's Cross. It's mainly offices and recording studios. It's where Mark Ronson has a studio, and Noel Gallagher has a studio, and a few others. And it was an old literal tile yard, and now it's been brought back. Now it has educational facilities, it has a brewery, it has offices, and so on. This is the one that they have built in Wakefield. It's their second location, but it was built into a mixed-use kind of warehouse regeneration program in the town center. So again, music became an anchor, and everything got built around the music. And it is open now. So this is, it is a render, but it looks kind of like that. And now they have created a new city center master plan in Wakefield, because this is in the city center. And the interest in housing has increased because of the fact that Talliard North has been really successful. So I'm just hoping that we can think about music a little bit differently, right? I have learned time and time again that if I don't speak the language of the person that I'm speaking to, the language of planning, the language of economic development, the language of tourism, the language of social inclusion, or fighting racism, or supporting gender equality, or addressing the climate emergency, all of these kinds of things, I truly do believe that music has a role of playing. I'm not naive. It's not going to solve the problem, of course. But music is part of the solution, I think, to all of the challenges that we face, right? Because music, right? We don't need it to live. Just think about it. This is the silence. We're done. There's no more music ever. No more music will ever be made again. We can't listen to it. No one's going to drop dead. We're all still going to be alive, but it would suck, wouldn't it? Right? Yet, every single day we take it for granted, or every single day we advocate for it based on our individual view of music rather than the collective view that music can have in making places better. And yet, for something that is so intrinsic to our soul, that to me is the closest thing to magic that we're ever going to come across, that we ignore its ubiquity, that we take it for granted, that most of the people that really could support it have no idea how it works at its most basic level. Because if every song ever made is available on this thing for 10, 12, 14 euros a month or whatever, right, then we're never going to be taught to take it seriously in that way. Because It's always going to be available to us, for the most part. We have to start to think of it differently. And the best place to do that is in understanding that if we start to explain and deepen the value that music can play in terms of what happens inside the building, but also understand that the value of the dirt matters and that we can't change the system overnight, but we can chip away at it and we can create new ways of thinking about it over time. And that we think about it pragmatically, if we think about it from a language of education, from a language of humility, from a language of understanding, rather than just constantly thinking that it's us versus them, or cities versus nightlife, or housing versus culture, then I truly believe that we can leverage this most powerful tool that we have. Leverage something that we all share, right? We're all born with an instrument. This is genuinely our universal language. It's not going away. And given all the challenges that we face in our cities, existential and real, what an incredible tool we have to fight and to really change our cities for the better. And the last thing that I always say is one of the biggest challenges that we see in cities is a lot of the people who advocate for or experience culture and nightlife and see it as intrinsic to their being, they don't vote. So we need to make sure that everybody votes, and especially you have an election on Friday. I know it's a national election, but I have encountered many politicians, city councilors saying, well, they're not part of my constituency compared to others, right? And we need to change that as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions. That is my email and phone number if you want to get in touch. I do respond. If you're interested, I do. If you're interested in checking out the book, we do have a few copies here, or you can buy it later, but ideally go to an independent bookshop. I would graciously appreciate it versus Amazon. And thank you to Square Roots for having me. Thank you. Okay, now I get grilled.
No grilling.
Okay.
Hello. I'm a firm believer that defining the arts largely comes down to either a marketing or funding reason. So happy to expand when you say music into arts generally, whether that be theatre or art itself, etc. And often in Dublin, my experience is that we try to have these spectacles, very short-term spectacles, gatherings of lots of people, which shows that there's an interest in either that event, and actually a repetitive spectacle fades out, and then people want something new. When you're talking about multi-use spaces, or spaces that don't actually have to have an output, but the purpose is just for people to be in those spaces and not necessarily even do anything. It's actually just to kind of embody this creative energy and force that actually unites us, and to beneath the dirt actually to the earth itself. How can we communicate not the success of those spaces, but the intrinsic importance of them to a city and to humanity beyond that?
Okay, wow. So first, it's super common for cities to focus on festivals and events as a core strategy, right? I love festivals and events, but the main reason is because you can see them. You can't see often music copyright, or you can't see someone having an experience with a music therapist that changes their life, right? Because that's back of house, I would say. So it's just human nature, right? We suck at dealing with things we can't see collectively as humans. And so I think that it's just the simplest path. And also you do find that you can believe that you're creating a lot of impact because you have those big celebratory moments, right? But they are ephemeral. I think that what I've learned is everything can be measured if we're willing to measure it and take the time. And it is hard to do something and measure it at the same time. That's just, again, but if you're looking at creating if there's a space that is facilitating music making or whatever, for kids, or a space where people who have early stage dementia or Alzheimer's are coming in to learn and or perform music, like things like that you could argue have very little economic value on the surface. You can still capture the community value, and we have found that to be more and more powerful in cities over time. Like, more cities are paying attention to the social impact of the work that of things that they're funding or investing in, but it needs to be measured. So whatever you're doing, it's just how many, what are they learning, what are they getting out of it, how do they feel? And it's a really annoying and boring thing to do, but you have to ask and collect data. Because it's very, very hard to advocate for something to change if you can't show over time, right? That's why economic impact is always about the past, right? There's no such thing as economic impact now. That's an illusion. Saying from someone, I've done over 100 of these now around the world. So all you're doing is saying, this is what's happened in the past, so this is what could then happen in the future. You can do that with stories as much as you can do that with numbers. And but they have to be structured in a way so that you know who you're speaking to or arguing to, right? So that's one of the things I have learned is, it's two things. One is, here's a couple examples government gives me. First off is, we don't know what music wants, so we're not going to listen to them. That's when the music community is arguing amongst itself and can't come up with something to argue for collectively. I get that a lot. And then two is data or evidence that's being provided, but not contextual to the needs of the person that's being provided to. So every politician has their goals and their stated strategy. Every city publishes a vision and a strategy. Dublin certainly has one, right? What are those goals? Even if the goals are like these high-level things, if you attach your analysis to that, this is what you said, this is what I'm doing that is benefiting what you want to do. So I'm very pragmatic and transactional, is the best way to put it in my work, is I'm not political in that sense. I will look at the best way to get something done, and then look at what is this stated priority of the city or the developer or whatever, and then I will try to build a data set that meets their needs, right? And then the politics and the nuance and the crazy stuff happens after that. But like, I truly believe that we do produce data, but we do produce a lot of data that frankly no one cares about because it's not communicated in the language it needs to be communicated, right? Because we're all about, I don't have to convince anyone in this room that music matters, right? I'm sure you all believe that music matters, but also you shouldn't really care, because we're here to convince people who don't believe that. And we have to really, really focus on that. So I spend most of my life is talking to people who don't care. So this is lovely. It's a joy. I don't get to do this that often anymore. I speak at a lot of investment conferences and global governance conferences and banking conferences where I'm just trying to tell them that music in and of itself is an economic good, that it's worth money. Mm-hmm. And it is, but way, way, way less than it should be.
Hey, thanks so much for that. Just even a follow-up kind of on Kev's question, I suppose. I've been involved with the Give Tonight campaign for the last 6 years, and we've been trying to kind of convey those kind of messages that you're talking about and using kind of as much data as we could find, but also kind of a narrative way of talking about things. Something we struggle about and something we always highlight, particularly we talk about nightclubs and the drop in the numbers of nightclubs in this country, like 80% of nightclubs we've lost in the last 20 years. When you're dealing with a kind of a data set that's kind of so limiting in terms of what you can actually express about it, I suppose, is there ways in which you can challenge that? I suppose something that we've talked about is the supply chain and it goes back to what Dimitri was talking about in terms of small spaces, how those small spaces are necessary to kind of foment musical communities, and then from those small spaces, things grow. But if you don't even have those kind of small spaces or data to reflect information about those small spaces, how can you then kind of communicate that to policymakers and change makers?
Yeah, well, first, again, we're not unique. and we're in a world where we're like fighting to keep libraries and doctors' surgeries open, right? So then we add on nightclubs. The cards are stacked up against us when it comes to nightclubs for a variety of reasons. History, the word is misunderstood by a lot of people, right? Most of the people who are making decisions have never gone to them, just to be honest. And any business that's only open at night and that is by nature exclusive, i.e. there's a door that you have to get into, creates a vision of what it may be rather than what it is. And then you add on to that I believe that nightclubs are like the 4th most regulated place on the planet. What is prisons, airports, military bases? Nightclubs aren't that far out. Just think about all the rules, right? And the rules are not about the culture, they're about the alcohol and the drugs. That may or may not happen there. There's a couple of things. It's a constant fight, but the fight, I've learned, the more adversarial it is, the less we get. So it's like, you may disagree with me, but I really don't like the concept of saving things, because I believe that saving something just means that you're essentially victimizing yourself and putting one hand behind your back from the very beginning of your argument. Like, I'm not good enough, so I need saving. I'm like, oh, fuck that, no. Nightclubs are job creators and are educational institutions and skills developers like anything else. So I do believe we need a new language that explains it, and I tend to use the language of tech because it seems to work. So I see a music venue or a nightclub or whatever, and I say, well, this is similar as a tech accelerator, an incubator, right? Every band, every DJ, every artist is a business. Their content is their intellectual property or their product. And this venue is facilitating the beta testing of this product. And 95% of them probably won't be successful, but eventually you'll get, a Mark Ronson or an Adele or an Ed Sheeran or whatever, right? Or an Irish version of that, sorry. Hosier, he's pretty popular. And I know he does well. But you have to back it up with data, and backing it up with the cultural value of the data, it just doesn't work. And then again, the ultimate pragmatist, I'm like, well, if something doesn't work, why should I keep doing it? I'm going to try to come up with something else. So I do believe that, we have to really think in our nightlife advocacy ecosystem more about who we're arguing to and what they want, rather than the value that we have in ourselves of what this is, right? Because the value of a nightclub to all of us, as those who went to them and grew up, and I'm sure all of us, your identity is shaped by the places that you went to, right? Same with me. My first job was in a music venue nightclub when I was 15. I got a fake ID to get the job because I was 15. It was owned by the mafia, and in Canada. And it's where I learned, it's not just where I learned, and I tell the story, it's not just where I learned how much I love music. It's where I learned basic accounting, right? It's where I learned how to manage people and how to work with people, how to be humble, how, there's all these skills that you have to run a venue like that. And then the other thing that I believe that we need to be better at is forming alliances with other businesses, right? Every business is facing an increase in costs right now, and it is real. The costs of everything are going up, but that's the same as hotels, and the same as stadiums, and the same as independent bookshops and cinemas, as is with nightclubs. I believe that the more alliances we have, the better, right? Because then we can advocate together, and then we slightly dampen the historical, social, I would argue, racialized, negative impacts negative belief structures that just frankly do exist around nightlife and around the nighttime economy. And I've learned you can't fight, the thing that's hardest to change is mindset, right? And I have learned the best way that you can change someone's mindset is to articulate what's in it for them. And what's in it for them is usually something that is different from what's in it for me. what's in it for us. So maybe I am the ultimate sellout, but I've had some success and lots of failure, but I've had some success in protecting venues and supporting planning policy change around the world. So that's what I would recommend. Yep. Thank you. I'll stick around for lunch and everything. If anyone's interested, I have to sell them on my phone. That's how it works. But we have a few copies backstage. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was very, very interesting. And it's very interesting you brought up Hosier, because it actually took me back to attending a meeting of the Nighttime Economy Task Force, which is a body within the Department of Culture, which we were joined by some of the great civil servants who work within that body and who have been behind a lot of the schemes that have been trying to attempt to help the nighttime economy over the last few years. But interestingly, there was an example. Hosier was actually brought up as an example. There was I was talking to somebody from Fáilte Ireland. We were trying to communicate again the value we often try and communicate with the campaign, the value of small spaces, as Dimitri was talking about, and we were sometimes that comes up against pushback because again there's not a huge amount of economic value that you can show from those type of entities. And the example was given of a Hosier doing a gig in the National Museum. And interestingly, I was talking then later to some of the civil servants in the Nighttime Economy Task Force that I'd seen Hosier perform when I was in college. I was in college with him around the same time, and I saw him perform in Sweeney's, which was a small venue on Dame Street. That venue does not exist anymore. So again, that's, I suppose, when you don't have these small spaces and you can talk about demonstrating that supply chain, speaks to what Shane was talking about the kind of ecosystem of music and how to really communicate that to policymakers is kind of a way in which hopefully you can kind of then really demonstrate that change. Having said all that, we're going to break for lunch now, and then we'll be back at it at 1:30. So please enjoy some food. On your left.
Push. Everybody's talking about me. Everybody's talking about me.
1, 2. Hello. Hello, everybody. If I could ask you all to settle down, please. And if you wouldn't mind taking your seats, we have the next speaker here ready to go. So whenever you're ready to take your seats. Sorry, I feel like a school teacher now. I don't mean to be too indicative of what you need to do, but it would be great if you could take a seat. So our next speaker is Phil Dawson, who has over a decade of experience in kind of join the dots in the kind of ways in which we've been talking about today. So anyway, listen, with that, I will just leave it to you, Phil, to introduce yourself. Thanks very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I believe I've got to say up, if that's the right kind of hello term for Dublin. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to Michael and Sunil for inviting me to come and talk. I'm Phil Dawson. I'm a graphic designer by trade. I've always kind of produced and promoted cultural events, and through evolving from graphic design into brand experience, I ended up doing brand activations in public realms and ended up writing a public realm strategy for Allied London in Manchester. And then from that, got introduced to the whole term of placemaking and ended up going in-house with Allied London as their kind of chief placemaking person. And I'll talk about a project, the bigger project that I did for those, Leeds Dock, a little bit later. But coming out of Allied London, I started my own placemaking consultancy called This Must Be the Place. We're a creative, unique kind of resource, one-stop kind of shop for placemaking, and we help developers, landlords, business investment districts plan, design, and enliven spaces under their custodianship. We provide an end-to-end service, so we do a lot of the thinking, we do a lot of the challenging to solve challenges. We implement those strategies working with sourcing suppliers and occupiers, creating and curating spaces, and we manage the process from end to end. Culture is a key component of our strategies and enlivenment programs, and we wholeheartedly believe that culture fosters a culture. And its great places are defined and shaped by their cultures. Our name is not just a brilliant Talking Heads song, it's actually an expression and acknowledgement of that time when you go into a place that you've heard about or friends told you about or you've read about, that somebody's written about with passion, and you get there and you suddenly realise, this is the place, this must be the place that everyone's talking about. But what makes that place kind of special? I find it's always a combination of things, organically grown over time, and that have evolved on their own, creating their own unique culture. But can this kind of space, this kind of culture be manufactured? Marketing materials, CGIs, and catchy straplines certainly suggest it can be. But with the right commitment, the right approach, a realistic timeline, free rein, a bit of a budget, you can certainly sow the seeds, and it's really important to do so. Culture is incredibly powerful, as you all know. It can create opportunities to change perceptions, instigate connections and conversations, and foster community. It can brighten and enliven dull spaces and bolster civic pride. It can stimulate curiosity and entertain. Again, a Candy Chang project. It can challenge and it can spark debate. And it's a great way to tell stories and connect people to places. Culture provides the opportunity to engage with communities. And importantly, it can kickstart change. But it's not just about an altruistic approach. Embedding culture in a development can strengthen a planning application. It's effectively good for business, and it's about changing that idea of what value is. The City of London Corporation has recently developed a cultural planning framework for the square mile. And developers applying for planning permission in the city have to enrich the city's cultural landscape by providing new space for culture or making financial contributions to those spaces, or generally a mix of the two. And culture can act as a catalyst for change, redefining the perceptions of a place and putting it on a map. The High Line in New York has blazed the trail through Manhattan, increasing the value and desirability and opportunities of its surroundings. It features art and performance in those spaces, but being there can be considered a cultural experience in itself. It's as much about the design, the planting, the zones, and the adjacent architecture. The High Line sees 8 million visitors a year walk along its 2.3-kilometre trail and into the neighbouring neighbourhoods, and it cuts through and transforms and influences those spaces. Cultural catalysts can also trigger us to rethink our master plan, and Shane talked about Printworks as a key example of that. Canada Water is one of the largest regeneration schemes in London. 5 minutes from London Bridge, 5 minutes from Canary Wharf and the big financial institutions, but not many people really knew of it. Printworks put it on the map and drawn hundreds of thousands of visitors to the area over its 6 years of meanwhile use. It started with secret cinema and immersive experiences, but it has grown into a globally recognised brand, famously hosting cutting-edge club nights and gigs. Its success has led to it becoming a key feature of British Land's master plan, placing culture firmly at its centre and as a key pillar of its vision. Cultural anchors. Culture is recognised as a successful tool for regeneration now. Cultural tenants are becoming the centrepieces of developments, such as the English National Ballet at Ballymore's City Island development, the V&A East and Sadler's Wells East at the East Bank on the London Olympic Park, and Manchester International's new home, the Factory International. Can't really call it Aviva Studios, I don't like doing that, at Enterprise City. And hopefully, the success of these places, while it is big culture, will prove that culture is valuable, and it will start filtering down, and so that developers start thinking about the smaller spaces that they have available as well. But what's really exciting is that culture is changing. It's no longer just highbrow. The dial has moved significantly. Culture's evolved from the type of cultures we consume, the way in which we engage with it, the places where we find it, and the mediums for where we access it. The definition of culture is changing too. Exercise has become social, socialising has become competitive, and we walked around the city last night, lots of pottery cafes and places like that where socialising is becoming social and creative. Food and drink has become an experience, and And the physical environment is more than ever a canvas for culture, from basements to rooftops, vacant units and empty windows, hoarding lines, walls and public spaces. Much like here in the complex, I think I'm touching it by mistake. Okay. Much like here in the complex, there we go. Where is it? I'll just keep that at arm's length. Much like here in the complex or in Tressa, many spaces for culture are hybrid and fluid. Printworks, again, is an example that's been used, and I'll bring in, I'll talk about that a lot. Hosts all kinds of different content, from brand activations and product launches. Filming and photo shoots, rehearsals and performances, catwalks and trade shows, food and drink festivals to family experiences. It's shared space with creator tenants such as Youth Club Photo Archive and ourselves. This must be the place. We're also in that space, given free space to develop our practices and to create footfall on site. But it provides spaces for educational experience as well. This is the global generation. So famously, they did the Skip Garden at King's Cross, which was a pop-up community space using skips to create gardens. They've also got a place called the Paper Garden at Printworks. Obviously, it was a print producing space. But this is now a permanent feature of that space. It's taken over a large warehouse, outdoor spaces, lots of school trips, lots of education for the local community. And this was key to getting the master plan, for Printworks to get into the master plan, because it's delivering benefit for the community and it's delivering benefit for British Land. These activities don't just create multiple revenue streams for the operators. What they do is, it provides a compelling case for the developer, for British Land, to embed culture at the heart of their master plan and successfully get it through that planning. But what's really important to remember about Printworks is that it started as a short-term, temporary use, and it's become a shining example of meanwhile activity and how it can shape the future of developments. Meanwhile use is a very effective tool for both landowners and creatives. It tests and proves content, shaping future offerings. It rapidly injects life and fosters partnerships. It creates opportunities for participation and builds trust with the community and stakeholders. It can reduce future marketing and leasing costs by migrating short-term use into leases. And I think this is so important. Shane mentioned it as well. How do you find solutions for the developers? How do you solve their problems? And it can effectively reduce void costs and generate revenues to offset site costs. And this is how Broadwick have done this really effectively. And what's essential about it as well is it can provide much needed culture space at a time where cultural spaces are being eroded. But what's essential for meanwhile use? We found that solving problems through meanwhile use and culture is a great way to forge a working relationship with property owners. You also need to have a symbiotic partnership with aligned aspirations, clear boundaries and understanding. A can-do attitude is essential. Most of you know this, is creativity. Balanced with realistic expectations and an understanding of the different kinds of value, social capital, cultural capital, as well as financial capital. Healthy duration is obviously recommended. 3 to 4 years is ideal for significant activity, food and drink, culture venues, workspace, studios. This justifies investment and justifies the energy that people put into it, and it provides ample time for growth and to recoup on the investment put in. It also provides time to establish the offer and build a legacy and exit strategy, which is so important. And what's interesting about meanwhile use is if it's carefully planned, that use can migrate around the development as phasing comes in and can migrate around a site. There needs to be basic infrastructure, power, water, utilities, and the space needs to be able to be secured. If the social and cultural capital opportunities are understood, no rent, low rent, or peppercorn rent is suddenly more digestible for the landlord. And flexible, low-cost solutions for fit-out are essential to keep project costs down. You need to have flexible planning use, flexible classes as well, so you can host a multitude of opportunities and create multiple revenue streams. But essentially, meanwhile, you should be underpinned by a robust strategy related to the future place. And then importantly, that strategy needs buy-in from the top levels so that there is consistency in delivery. So many times the strategy is put in place, the key leader or the key driver of that strategy leaves, goes on to a different project, and the whole thing kind of just gets forgotten and gathers dust on someone's desks. But a strategy should act as a guiding light that continues and doesn't fold or falter when there's a change in circumstances. A legacy and an exit strategy is really important. We've talked about this a little bit. How do you ensure that the time and the energy you put in meanwhile use actually has longevity? Tottenham Hale is a really great example. It's a big master plan in North London. Had some fantastic meanwhile use on one development site. But what happened was, as soon as the development needed to take place, the stuff that they had grown and developed, like Punch Drunk, like globally renowned immersive theatre company, and the Cause, a nightclub set up to raise money for community uses, two really big established cultural brands, they had nowhere to go. There was no strategy to put them in other spaces in the borough, and they've actually gone over to different boroughs, and Tottenham Hale is worse for it. But interestingly, Tottenham Hale is still regarded as a very cultural space based on a lot of this activity that happened in the meanwhile. So legacy and exit is really important. Meanwhile, use can be seen as risky. It can be a bit of a risk for developers to put their heads above a parapet, put money into something. It's often easier to take these risks. But by shutting off a site, you risk missing out on the benefits and the value it can create. Creatives, on the other hand, seem to like risk. They see opportunity where others see challenges, and they get the job done by any means. And there's a crazy attitude to it, taking on a building, taking on the responsibility of it, and getting it done by any means. It's artists, after all, that are responsible for a generation. They're the ones who spent time in freezing warehouses and artist studios, trailblazing for the future hipster coffee shops and the gleaming towers that so often follow. But put these opposites together, and it can be a perfect partnership, one that I'm hoping today will be facilitated by this event. One of the main jobs of the developer, the council or the landlord, is to oversee these projects and ensure that they deliver within safe parameters. It's also to control the narrative. This is a big risk for developers and landlords, doing something in the short term in the meanwhile and then having kickback from the community or in PR when the project needs to exit. And this is why exit and legacy is so important. But you've got things like Box Park, which was always billed as a pop-up temporary space, a temporary like food and drink culture space. Everyone knew it was temporary. And then as soon as they get given the need to leave, they themselves start a petition to keep themselves there. So this is a risk that a lot of the developers and the clients that we work with are very, very averse to. So it's about controlling that narrative from the start and always reminding people this is temporary, this is a pop-up use. It's really essential that people are reminded of that, and it's part of that program. And I think one of the speakers talked about it before. That limited time frame can actually create a lot of desirability about how to make the most of it while it's here. So we utilize culture and meanwhile use as key components in our placemaking practice. I'd like to talk you through a couple of examples of big culture and small culture where we've put that into effect. Shane mentioned this project as well. So it's a Broadwick project with the owners of the operators of Printworks. It's a project we did with them, and we were engaged to write a site-wide meanwhile strategy for Meridian Water, which is a vast 25-year regeneration project in the north of London. The site is quite interesting that you've got the North Circular at the top of it, so this huge road cuts through it, like separates the two areas. Incredibly noisy. IKEA's there. This is IKEA. This is the Orbital Business Park. So sprawling industrial estates, retail estates, Tesco's, IKEA, and not much else. But just to the south, you've got reservoirs, there's a canal that runs down here, there's lots of green space, but it's very, very different and it's very separate. Our client, Peter George, the Assistant Director of Regeneration and Planning for Enfield Council, was full of bold ideas and an energy that was quite infectious. And he understood that meanwhile use could be a solution to his challenges. Our meanwhile use strategy identified a number of opportunities across the site, not least these huge warehouses in the Orbital Business Park. But we placed culture at the heart and we used it as an opportunity to revitalise the district. Working closely with Broadwick, we developed and launched Drum Sheds. It's a 10,000 capacity venue across 4 interlinked warehouses and 10 acres of outdoor space. Importantly, Broadwick utilised their extensive festival experience and their supplier network to massively reduce the cost of this project. They delivered Drum Sheds in 6 to 7 weeks, hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of value instead of millions, which the council had actually estimated. And that's just for the outdoor, landscaping alone. It was a huge project. But their expertise, their can-do attitude made that project viable. And it was that got us across the line, really. But what was also important was we had champions in Roger Madeline of British Land from Printworks and Southwark Council as well, who'd seen what they'd done at Printworks and were able to kind of validate their standing with Enfield and Tottenham councils. Serendipitously, Broadwick also had the popular festival Field Day, big London festival, 3-day event, and they were looking for a new home for that. So they were able to plug it into Drum Shed straight away, and that was part of the appeal. It's like, not only are we going to create this venue, the first launcher is going to be of this recognised brand, and that created huge brand appeal and brand awareness for Drum Sheds. But importantly, we have addressed the issues and the concerns of the council head on. Robust event planning, robust method statements, risk assessments, and continued engagement with the safety advisory groups and stakeholders was key to that process of getting everyone to buy into it and allowing them to understand that this was not going to be a risk. Drum Sheds put Meridian Water on the map, but it also tested and proved many elements of our meanwhile strategy. The venue hosted filming and photo shoots, large-scale gigs, corporate events, and brand activations, much like Printworks does. But what it did, and what's interesting and why I'm sharing this, is that tested and proves the concept for other operators to come in. So the Troubadour Theatre, pop-up theatre space, big large-scale venues were then able to make the investment into Meridian Water to create a Meridian Water TV and film production studios. And the success of Big Culture at Drumsheds enabled Broadwick to go from a short-term meanwhile use into a rolling 5-year contract on the gigantic IKEA store right next door. And as Shane said, this is now the biggest club in Europe, 15,000 capacity, this incredible 43-metre by 12-metre digital screen right at the heart of it. And they're working in partnership with the United Visual Artists, globally renowned digital artists, to produce the visuals at every single club night. And as an example of smaller culture, I want to talk to you about the Allied London project of Leeds Dock. So aligning with Leeds' ambition to become a smart city, Allied London had a vision to turn this failed mixed-use retail development into a creative media hub. And they'd secured Sky Digital as their first major tenant, but with very little to back it up. They promised this engaging, enlivened campus, and this place was basically desolate, and there was nothing going on there. So working in-house, I worked with a small team, and we were tasked with rescuing this unloved place. All of the retail units have been stripped right back to their bare minimum, so there were these vast cavernous spaces which should have had 5, 10, 15, 20 retail spaces in, but everything had been stripped out. And we wrote a meanwhile strategy that leveraged these ground floor units, the public realm and the dock and the water as our assets. And we used that to change perceptions, to get people on site and talking about us, and to attract a relevant audience with content that applied to the creative media industries. We worked with an ambitious gym operator. We gave them a prominent site, and we brought them out into the public realm so there was visibility on site. And we nurtured and facilitated their ambitions, such as their annual Assault Course Challenge. We also gave a unit over to pop-up yoga studio and supported it with marketing and business expertise, fostering it into a permanent lease. And what was really important about the gym and the yoga studio, and what was very successful about it, they were quite easy to implement. They were quite cheap to do. The gym was, CrossFit, so, boxes and all kinds of stuff. But it wasn't like huge investment. But it brought people on site throughout the day and throughout the night. And it got people milling around in and outside the venue at all hours of the day, chatting and laughing and bringing life to the space that really hadn't had it before. And we opened the doors and invited creative ideas in. We spoke a lot to the creative people and the cultural people in the city. We found ideas that really worked. We found people that needed space, and we facilitated that space with food and drink experiences and street art jams. And we also identified our target wishlist occupiers, which were small to mid-sized creative media agencies. And we invited them to participate in our event program, giving them the opportunity to share their work and to meet their audiences. And we worked with the likes of Google and Rockstar Games, who had authenticity and authority. We let the tenants and our target list audience as well use the space, use the dock, use the water, use the units. As a canvas for what they wanted to do. So we worked with the intermarketing agency who had the Adidas client account, and they did all their photo shoots and their brand films down on the dock. We also invited them to sponsor our events and be part of our events, and in the end, they came and took a huge 30,000 square foot space on the dock as well. We became curatorial partners in all the big city events, bringing world-class content to the dock. And it was the content that we found was relevant to our audiences. We forged symbiotic partnerships with cultural organisations in the city, such as the Leeds School of Music, the Tetley, and creative hubs like the Duke Studios. We hosted multimedia exhibitions with cultural legends, such as James Lavelle from Mowax and Uncle and Youth Club. We hosted talks and debates. This is going without me. I'm always doing this with my mind. And ran Skillshare events with tenants, partners, and the community. We enlivened the vacant units with giant artworks and got people into the units to experience installations. Over time, we established the dock as the home of digital art in the city, and a lot of the agencies and the tenants that we were working with became partners in the exhibitions and the shows that we put on. Working with Sky, Keynote, and Leeds Library, we made creative media accessible for families and kids, and we provided space for Sky to test their Sky Kids app. We set up a pop-up Saturday morning kids craft cafe, and we transformed the barren public realm into a giant dragons, snakes and ladders, medieval-inspired board game in partnership with the Royal Armouries Museum. We hosted weekday street food and weekend markets, and used the water in partnership with the City Waterside Festival to host their dragon boat race, bringing that to the dock as opposed to other places. The dock became a canvas for culture, hosting immersive theatre spectacles and immersive digital art experiences. All this meanwhile activity was done rapidly, economically, and with a can-do attitude, but importantly, it was all done in partnership with creatives in the city. By appealing to our target audiences, by getting them involved in the events and getting them inside our spaces, making them part of the community, we were able to convert partnerships into leases. The Meanwhile programme is instrumental in achieving a 98% occupancy across that ground floor plane within 18 months, and firmly established the dock as the city's most exciting creative media hub. Both of these examples, Drumsheds and Leeds Dock, started with a strategic piece of work that demonstrated the benefits of Meanwhile use and set out a clear path for future uses through testing and improving content. And culture was embedded at the heart of these strategies and became a catalyst for their regeneration. So in summary, I'd like you to remember that culture creates opportunities and that Meanwhile use matters. If you own property, open the doors. If you're creative, solve problems for the landlords. Go big, go small, but go somewhere where people will come and say, yeah, this is the place. This must be the place that everyone's talking about. Thank you. That's all right. Come sit up there.
Yeah, perfect. I wanted to start off with a quote I come across when I was preparing for this, and it's by a Danish architect and urban planner called Jan Gehl. He wrote this in a book called Cities for People in 2010, and his manifesto was, first life, then space, then buildings. The other way around never works. So the space maker comes first, the space holder is second in line, and I feel that that seems to be a challenge that Dublin has had over the years, and that we're right now appear to be retrofitting culture into the framework.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's common in every single city. We are always asked to come in and kind of retrofit a solution to a challenge. And I think that even things like the cultural framing policy with the city, and I was speaking to Vanessa about the planning here, about culture spaces being built into new developments, but the architects don't necessarily know what a culture space should be. The developer doesn't know what kind of culture they want in that space. They're not designing for future use. They're designing a space that could be a retail space if they can apply for change of use planning once they've got it. So they're building exactly the same kind of space that they would build for retail or an office, and therefore the culture operator has to work within those parameters. That often doesn't work. We're often asked to go in and look at spaces that haven't worked, and it's like, we could put a conference centre in here, but there's pillars, or there's not enough, the ceiling isn't high enough to put a stage, a simple thing like this. We're always asked to find the solution to something that hasn't been thought of, and it's quite a simple thing. Do you want culture? What kind of culture do you want? Who are the people in the city that are doing that culture? Let's get them involved, not just to help us design the space, but design the space with them in mind so that they can become the operator for it.
And then, so the importance is having that conversation at the outset, do you feel, or at what point does culture come into the narrative?
Yeah, it's certainly at the outset, but it's the designing of that space right from the outset, or the intent. What do we want to achieve with it? And then you can figure out what conversations you should be having and who with.
And so often within any regeneration plans, you'll often see the mock-up design or the render in which, like, obviously there's people in apartments upstairs, and then there's a whole bunch of people hanging out having a great social occasion or whatever. But like the concept is, it's a cafe.
Yeah.
You know, there isn't really further thought beyond that. What interests me is that you work in, as you said, in a end-to-end service. And so that, how important is that, being able to see through from inception to fruition? And is that one of the challenges, is that there's so many different pieces to this jigsaw, but having that bird's eye view is so crucial to actually to have follow through?
Yeah, it's one of those things. We do the bird's eye view and we do the end-to-end service. Often we don't end up doing that. We come in at certain different parts, but we always try to, in the initial conversation, try to get involved right at the planning stages, right at the master plan stages. And we've done that quite successfully with certain projects, Silvertown Quays, London Euston Station. But I think placemaking is almost an afterthought for most organisations, for landlords or developers. It's changing massively, but it's often linked to the marketing departments within those organisations, and inherently it's much different from marketing. Marketing is kind of the enlivenment, the communication, and you know the publication of that space, whereas placemaking should be involved right at the start, so that you know what kind of spaces you're creating, but who they're for in the first instance, really. So. But having that overview and having that longevity to a project is really important. Like I said before, you know, we've written strategies that we've got buy-in right from the heads of the organisation. They've come to the workshops, they've come to the launches of it. It's a massive call to arms, and then they're on to the next thing. Yeah. And it doesn't necessarily always trickle down, but if it's there from the start and it's built into the way that they implement that strategy, then everything becomes a little bit simpler. It's actually more of an effective tool for them. It saves them money, it saves them time and energy, and it saves time on things like your leasing strategy, because that should have all really been thought of in the first instance. What kind of space are we building? Who's it for, and why? And therefore, you know what you're doing. Yeah. Everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet, but it often doesn't happen.
And is that something that needs to be brought in as part of planning regulations? Because when you walk by any development site in the city now, you'll see obviously all the various different partners involved, from the developer to the financiers. But really, there needs to be a placeholder that's there saying, this is the placemaker organization, this is the Cultural Institute that's advising. They may not be, again, the end user of it, but that there is a stipulation that it's visible to people in a city where the cultural stamp comes on the hoarding of the development behind it, if that's part of the plan.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great, but I think what's also important is the city should have a strategy in itself. So even before that plan has been granted, or as soon as those conversations are taking place with the chosen developer of that area, of that space, that building, that district, is that fits and that aligns with the city strategy. So we know that this area is, an example earlier was the market. In the new market square, the ground floor was meant to be designated as a market. That makes sense. There's a reason and there's a logic to that, but that strategy hasn't been followed through. But that needs to be built into the planning department itself. It's like they should know exactly what they want out of the areas that they've got plots, and that should be in there. And then that hierarchy or that collective approach should be there.
How have you found changing mindsets, obviously from more a developer perspective? And that one thing is, I met a few years ago and did an interview with a guy called Niall Gaffney, who's head of iPod Real Estate, who's one of the big commercial property developers in the city. What really struck me about him was I got a genuine sense that he likes the arts, right? It just came across in the conversation. Having said that, let's be honest, a lot of developers prefer golf, the races, the rugby, than the arts. So how do you change that mindset? And what, in one respect, is what I've been thinking about around that as well, is finding that person that gets the ear of said individual, or also the power of youth as in the children of said developer, who are suffering in the city right now. How important is finding that wriggle room to get to the changing?
Finding the champions is really important. We spend quite a lot of time researching the people that we're going to go in and meet, finding out what they're interested in, trying to find the common ground. But I had to change my mindset. You know, I came from a creative approach, so I was just like, see a space, yeah. You know, you walk into somewhere like this, you walk into somewhere like, you know, Printworks, and from a raver mentality or a clubber mentality, it's the first thing you kind of think of. It's like, wow, this place would be amazing for a party, or this place would be amazing for art, or this place would be amazing for that. So I kind of have had to dial that back a little bit and try to find the way of talking to my clients in a way that is more realistic for them. And that's good for me as well, because I have a can-do attitude, and I see value in other things, but it's made me think more financially and more commercially. But it is essential to have that, like I said, it's that problem-solving element to it. You've got to talk in their language. It is about value. It is about financial, but it's that change in the nature of that value. Like I said, that's why I think the anchors are really important. They are built into these master plans now. They're having really a great benefit. So that proves that art and culture has value. The data needs to be collected more. I've just done a big project with a big retail organisation, and we were asking the cultural strategists that we had, who've done many, many cultural projects, you know, to provide the hard evidence of, like, if we're going to invest this amount of money, this is the kind of thing where we've done it before, and these are the benefits. And the data's not really there. Okay. So that's essential, like proving the value of it.
And then the other final point, I think, is what interested me was you're talking about legacy and exit strategy, which is obviously something that, let's be honest, most creatives will not think about if they're entering into you know, the development or use of a meanwhile use space or a bigger project. How important is it to conceive of that to your exit as well as your entrance strategy?
Well, I think it's essential, and I think it saves. You know, if you're going to put time and energy into something, you want that to go somewhere. Otherwise, you put it in, and then you're left with a blank, back to square one again. And if a developer or landlord is going to give you that space, the idea should be that if we're going to use that space should be test and proven stuff for our future development. So let's put in something that we can help nurture and migrate, so that we don't have to then go out and try and find a tenant. Let's build a future strategy together. And if there isn't that if there isn't that space on your site, then hopefully it should go somewhere else in the city or in your neighbourhood or to another developer. That project I mentioned in Tottenham Hale, we were working on it with multiple developers, and we were looking at the phasing of meanwhile use across 4 or 5 schemes with a connected approach, so that something can start here, move there, and while that's there, something else can start, and that gets built, so we lose out of that, but something can go in there permanently. So it was a fluid, collective approach that was seeming to work.
So it's having dynamism as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phil, thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're rolling. 1 second. We're on to the next one. I managed to open a bottle of water now, so. All right, okay, so we are talking about creative entrepreneurship and creative partnerships for the next while. I suppose just a little bit of personal, let's get the gang on stage. So I've got Agata Stoinska, Claire Gavin, and Chris Chapman. Hello, welcome. Hi.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Sorry.
Hello. So I wanted to, I suppose, first of all, say, just introduce myself, I suppose. So I'm Michael McDermott. I'm the director of the Liberties Festival, one of the oldest community festivals in the city, which I guess is very much in a location that's at the crosshairs of development, of hotel developments, of student accommodation developments. It's a microcosm of the city that's rapidly changing and gentrifying, with multiple challenges as well, both socioeconomic, but also the fact that it just doesn't have a dedicated cultural space or cultural yeah, basically cultural space. And before that, I was editor of Totally Dublin. And prior to that, I was a publisher of an online culture guide called The Cool Dublin. And I suppose that was something where we worked out of a space called South Studios on New Row South. And for me, that was, you know, the most amazing creative experience I've had within a space, in that there was architects, stylists, photographers. There was a whole microcosm of brilliant people all bouncing off of each other for the guts of 5 or 6 years. And it was sold in 2016, and the heartbreaking experience is that it's only finally has the wrecking ball been hit on it to develop it. Let's assume, and I was checking to see if I could confirm this with Dublin Inquirer, but let's assume it's going to be into possibly a hotel. But for me, the great sadness is living in a city that has seen that space idle for 8 years, and that is the great, I guess, travesty of where we're at now, and the challenges that the city has, but the opportunities that are within our midst as well, and that they've failed to be grasped. So that's my little rant aside. With regards the gang here, Agatha runs D-Light Studios since around 2008, is it? Yeah. Which has been involved in promoting fine art photography through publications, talks, workshops, and exhibitions. Claire Gavin is the General and Marketing Manager with the Tower Buildings. It's a independently owned cultural space and community-led organisation with a mission rooted in creativity, community, and social impact. And Chris Chapman is the Arts Portfolio Manager with Business to Arts, which connects business with arts. It's a charitable organisation working at the intersection of commerce and culture. Before that, he ran the Warehouse Food Market and runs an amazing festival called Open Ear on Sherkin Island. Welcome. I guess I will start with Agatha. I guess I'll start with you. Tell me a little bit about D-Light and the model that you created.
Well, I started D-Light in 2008, so I'm a photographer, and I was looking for a studio for myself, and I came across this building which was close by to the place where I was living, and it's in Dublin 1. It's an old factory, and it was like 1,200 square meter space. So obviously it was way too big just for one person. And my dream was always to create that space where maybe creatives and community can come together and come and work on some projects. So basically creating a cultural space. I'm an architect by trade, so it was also easier for me to see through the dust of that space. It was like a derelict building, what the potential this place is. And that's how we started. And over the years, we've built it into arts and culture space. And I think that what was unique about our place was that it was fully sustainable. So I've used all my connections from photography world, and then we had film and TV productions renting out the space. So everything was what Dimitri was saying and other people here before me. We were using our space for commercial bookings and then reinvesting that money into our art and culture program, into reduced rates for artists, into running artist residencies. So for many, many years, we didn't have any support. It was very complex because there was loads of complexity with ownership of the building. But because of that, we couldn't run for any grants. However, we still were able to produce our program and still were able to run the building because of the commercial aspect of it. So I think that was very unique for us, and I think that would be something worth to replicate in other projects. And it's exactly what Dimitri and other guys were saying, that if you find a space in your project where you can like he's renting this out to let's say Apple or something like this. We also had advertising agencies organizing their events or doing their photo shoots, and that was paying well enough to run the building and run the program. Our main obstacle was that it was a very old building, so most of our resources were going into fixing the building, which was not ours. So in ideal world, our landlord would fix the building, and then we would spend all our time and resources for reinvesting all this money into programming and developing future ideas and supporting other organizations rather than constantly pouring the money into the building and negotiating with the landlord about the lease.
Okay, and Claire, tell me a little bit about Tower Buildings and its model, and it's been around since around 2017 or so?
Yeah, so it started by Luke Keeley in 2017, so it's very much so independently owned, it's community-led. I guess we're in quite a unique situation maybe versus other spaces that it's actually landlord-owned and operated, so Luke owns the site as well as the building, and he definitely has an interest in social impact, but also recognizing that you need profit to survive and generating that profit and then putting it back into the enterprise. So yeah, we offer co-working, meeting rooms, offices. We do a lot of events. We've had many evolutions over the years. I don't know if anyone here was at the launch party in 2017. I was before I worked there, and it was, you know, white walls on the ground floor. The ground floor was actually a kind of studio space, and there were studios on the top floor. And yeah, it's evolved a lot over time. Even, you know, before the pandemic, we had only full-time memberships, full capacity. You can imagine the pandemic wasn't great for workspace, and that was incredibly challenging financial-wise. And there's a few reasons, I guess, why we got through that. But on the other side of it, then offering a lot more flexibility to our members. So lots of different types of day passes. We also started doing a lot of events. We did like a massive amount of public events in the last kind of 2 years, and then kind of redirecting our efforts again, evolving once more, renovating the building, and kind of really focusing on our members. That's what we call kind of anybody working from the building. They're all part of the community. Refocusing on them as well as our social impact and our sustainability efforts. So we've got a real diverse mix of people working from the building. I think when it started, maybe it was more purely creatives. We do still have creatives. We've got videographers, photographers, writers. We also have non-profits. We've got accountants. We've got architects. We've got tech companies. So it's a real mix of freelancers, small businesses, entrepreneurs. Yeah, it's like a really nice mix of people.
Right. And Chris, business to arts. So you work in the arts, tilting arts more than business in terms of within the organization?
That's right, yeah. So I look after our arts membership. I suppose like I'm quite new into the role, and I used to have the cafe. So, you know, the cafe and open air are my passion projects. And when the cafe wasn't working out, I started thinking, oh, what am I going to do next? And business to arts came up, the arts portfolio manager role. And it's just such a wonderful position to be in, supporting arts through that partnership with business. I mean, we describe business to arts as being at the kind of intersection. And we're able, within business to arts, through our corporate membership, to have very kind of in-depth conversations and influential conversations advocating for our arts membership at all levels of organizations or of corporate organizations. So my role within that is bringing the intelligence and the needs of the arts members to those conversations. And likewise, that works both ways. So as part of an arts membership, and I didn't realize this before I started working in business arts, there's so many programs and activities and work that we do to support that, training and development. We have a program called the Fundraising Fellowship, which funds a permanent fundraiser within an arts organisation as a new role, supported by the department. Thank you very much. And of course, placemaking is the topic, you know, and that's happening all the time in our conversations with our membership. It could be very big capital projects that require corporate partners. It could be, you know, smaller, just nuts and bolts. How do I make this happen on a temporary basis? Is there opportunities within the membership on the business side to make these things happen? and so on and so forth. So that's kind of an insight into the work that we're doing.
And in terms of you're only in the gate a few months, so but in terms of your initial experience about that, like I suppose one thing is getting it's creating this sense of accessibility as well as an organization, and making sure that artists and people here in the audience that may not be aware of you, that there is an open door, that there's supports, and how important I suppose is it to kind of get that across, as opposed to maybe the flashbulb check presentation that happens occasionally as well.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And like, you know, so much of our work is around the kind of language barrier, you know, between business and arts communities, you know, and breaking that down and making the language really kind of plain and, you know, so that you can find that middle ground of value for both sides. And that's there. It's just nuanced and it needs to be kind of pulled out. And some of that is like, you know, sitting down and saying, like, what do you want to do? You know, where have you come from? Tell your story, get all the nuts and bolts out, and now kind of positioning that so that if you bring that to a developer, they're like, yeah, I get that. That's all the information I need, and using like, you know, great storytelling imagery and all that kind of good stuff. So we're doing that, and that's, I suppose, not just the check, the money, it's like, you know, the support. And of course, even after, if there's success within making those partnerships happen, you still need to maintain a relationship, you know, and further it and go to the next level, et cetera. So, yeah.
And one thing about that, I suppose, is the challenge that, like, culture in its essence is messy, and therefore there's a difficulty in that bridging that gap between business and culture. In that culture is invariably messy, but business communities and developers particularly like things that are kind of much more streamlined, much more simplified, or much more clear-cut. How is that challenge? And it's always going to be difficult because you've got, you know, individuals that are creatives, that are possibly ego-driven and whatever else, and there's that kind of that cliff face that often happens between the creative and that gap that's on the other side of somebody whose mindset works in a very different way often.
Yes. You know, culture is messy, but you can be messy and professional, you know? And I think you can say, look, we're making a mess here, but we've got our shit together. We know how to do our stuff professionally, you know? Here's our governance, here's our, you know, organization, here's the people involved, here's our CVs. We're real, you know? Take us seriously. We might make a mess, but that's what we do. And that's how, you know, great things happen, how creativity happens.
Yeah. And Claire, in terms of, you'd referenced the kind of social impact and sustainability aspect of tower buildings. What sort of examples are there of that?
Yeah, lots of different things, and I think we're constantly trying to evolve and learn and make mistakes as well while we do that, and then try to do better the next time. One really clear example, I guess, is residencies. So that's something that we've always done. It started out with just residencies in creative arts, where we would offer space for free from, it's quite fluid actually. It could be 3 months to 6 months, and that would be offering desk space, meeting room credits, lockers, and then also access to this community. We don't ask for anything in return, but we, you know, offer if they have something to kind of produce or showcase at the end that will help them to kind of profile that, or if we can try connect them with people in our community, because we have lots of different types of people, whether they're, you know, website developers or SEO or graphic designers, that we'll do our best to kind of connect them within our community. So it started out as just creative arts, then it moved to social impact as well, and sustainability. So we've had like a real mix of people. We've had the Eustace Project, we've had CRNI more recently, we've had Festival Navan. And as much as it's amazing for them to come into our space, it's also incredible for us, I feel like personally, the connections that I've got to make, the people that they introduce us to, the things that we learn from them. And you see real value in that, where at the end of it, they kind of say to us, like, this actually made a huge difference to be able to move and focus on other things, like getting funding, like setting up our team and strategizing without having to worry about literally just a place to connect and collaborate and get together. So that's really rewarding. Yeah.
And in terms of having security of tenure is so important, and I think most creatives and organizations, that's a huge struggle, and knowing that you have a landlord, so to speak, but that has your back or understands the model or is happy for it to become an ecosystem of the moment that works there. That kind of leads maybe to Agatha, to your scenario with regards that lack of tenure and where D-Light is at right now, and maybe in a nutshell, you might be able to kind of sum up the kind of the moment you're at without too many profanities.
Well, we've been in the building for over 16 years now, and the ownership of the building was always very messy, but actually the building is owned by City Council. So it feels like, oh, this is a perfect landlord because they are obliged by law to make the building safe and fit for its purpose. And this building is assigned to be art and culture space, so it just feels like a perfect match. But for some reason, it doesn't really work. I don't really know why, but basically a year ago we got, after years of presenting our projects and trying to establish our legal position in the building, which we have the rights to anyway, but we just wanted to make it everything according to the book. And the building needed certain renovations, especially upgrades, fire safety upgrades and roof replacement, things which we could not ever afford to do it from our own money, and anyway we would need the permission from the landlord. So for many years we were in conversations how to do it, and it felt like we were talking about partnership. We applied together as well. Well, DCC has applied to URD funding, so European Fund for Regeneration, and they got the money based on also our own presentation. So it kind of felt like we were working together, and we were just trying to jump through all the hoops, all the things which they listed for us, what we have to do to make sure that we can align with their policies. But then somehow in October 2023, we got a notice that the fire officer had got a complaint that the building doesn't comply with the fire regulations. We were devastated that someone has complained about us while we were working on it. It was all in the open that we were working on getting the budget. We already had all the design work. We already had approval from city architects and had a pre-planning meeting. It appeared that actually DCC has notified the fire officer about that their own building doesn't comply with the regulation, and they explained that they felt obliged to do so for our own safety. And because now the fire officer is taking over, it's much more serious, so we have to cease all our activities, move out immediately, and that they will look after the renovations. However, that was a year ago. We still don't have any alternative location. We had to close down everything. All the program has been cancelled. All tenants had to move out. All the funding is cut. And then still there is no plan for the renovations. There is no budget. While what we have been offered, what's on the table at the moment, the offer is that we can get a 3-year license. And within that license, we need to prove that we can manage the building and we can run the culture program, that we will be non-for-profit, and that we somehow can prove that we have funding for it. But we can start that 3-year license only the moment when the building is renovated, and they can renovate only half of the building. And they don't have budget yet for it, and they don't have plan for it yet, and there's no schedule of works, which means that we might be waiting for years till we can move back in just for 3 years to prove that we can do what we've been doing for the 16 years.
Right.
And it seems that, you know, we started a petition. There was over 3,500 signatures. There were loads of letters of support. We have a proven track record, so it seems a little bit like there's some other thing in play, or it's a complete misunderstanding. Like, I'm not really sure why we cannot just...
I feel like within this, and obviously there's there's complexities involved, but I feel like, and even at an event like this today, it's like I've been at a lot of these over the years, but I feel like there's often this burst of ideas and great output and loads of stuff, but I feel like we all need to be kept being brought back into the room every 3 months to kind of have progress updates and dialogues, because I think the biggest challenge, from my perspective anyway, and I'm sure from others, is that there's great energy, there's contacts made, but suddenly it dissipates again, because there's, having a list of problems to work through, D-Light being one, but there being multiple others, and everybody here has an issue from both sides of the table, and I think that's the important thing to get across. It's like space makers and space holders both have issues, and it's how do we keep knocking heads and using the greater, ingenuity of people, and starting bringing fresh voices in all the time as well, so that we can start getting somewhere and progressing it. So that's my big wish from today.
I really believe that in our case, it was lacking this understanding that we all going towards the same direction, and that we were aware that we will have to or cease activities or move out for the time of the renovations one day, but that could have been all included in the plan, and we had that plan, and we were discussing all of it, so it could have been done painlessly. And also imagine this when the renovations are happening and we're working on the culture program, which would reopen the studio. Like, what a great, that would be great news for Dublin, for great PR for DCC, amazing story,
Do you feel, or do some of you feel that often some of this goes across, apart from a dialogue that happens rather than a form-filling exercise? Because obviously if somebody is applying for grants and there's a whole system there's some people navigate and some can't, and it overwhelms people, but it's often just about being in a room. And like I don't know if there's somebody who's 18's here, but from the Arts Council, I remember being at Culture Night and seeing Robbie DJing in there, and no shade to him, but the room was empty when I popped into it. But I'm like, but hot tip for the Arts Council, let's use, for them as an organisation, let's have Robbie back in there, and let's have a social drinks occasion that goes in there that isn't a clinic, or that isn't a, I think a lot of it is being in the room, networking, talking, that there isn't an overall presentation quite often. It's human interaction, and like I think, that often feels like the conversation that could be had with human beings going like, oh yeah, you're with DCC, this is D-Light, you've got issues, but you're having a pint or you're having a sandwich or a coffee, and suddenly there's a human element, you're not just an email away.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand that they have to follow up their own policies, but their own policies, they can be changed as well. But the thing is to sit down together and understand where we're coming from and figure it out together. Okay, if I'm stubborn and I don't want to move out, and that's it. But if we understand that, okay, you need to move out, but we will sign for you that you can move back. Okay, grand, I will move out. But so there is give and take on both sides, and figuring out what makes me feel comfortable, what makes them comfortable. It's the same when we're talking about the developers, like what they will feel comfortable about.
But it's often,
so both sides understand.
Are there developers in the room?
I'd love that.
Because I think it's like, it's the soft politics of
I definitely saw one.
You saw one, right? They've gone for planning permission on it. Is John Davison here from Turley? John, do you want to talk about, because the last time I was in this building at a similar event to this was the Building Culture Conference that happened back in April. Do you want to give a little bit of context to what that was about and the toolkit that you devised and where that's at now?
Thanks, Mike. There we are. Thanks, Michael, and actually thanks to Sunil for letting me muscle in or blow in. As a Nordy, I always feel like a bit of a blow into this city, but it's great to be back actually at the complex. Turley is a placemaking independent advisory, and we really think really hard about the complexity of placemaking, whether it's planning, heritage, economics. And my role is actually the lead on cultural regeneration and culture-led regeneration. And we've been thinking about projects and involved in projects in cultural development across the UK and Ireland for about the last 7 or 8 years. From Tyward North in Wakefield, which is the largest collective of music professionals outside of London to work in this city with the Liberties campus and the development of artist studios at 8 and 9 Merchants Quay and the proposal for Bridgefoot Street. I am from the north, so I'll give a sort of shout out to some of the cultural venues we've been involved in up there. The development of 2 Royal Avenue, which is the old Tesco's building in the centre of Belfast beside the Primark or Penny's building that burned down a couple of years back. Beautiful Victorian building now used as a cultural hub in the centre of the city. And for my sins, I've sat on cultural organisations boards for lots of years, for Theatre and Dance NI, the OES Centre in Belfast as well. And I think there's some really interesting things in the panel about the need for like shared language. I think that's come up a couple of times. Chris mentioned it, Phil mentioned it in his presentation. And really what the toolkit tries to do is provide some starting point for developers in the cultural sector to talk to each other, because they're completely different worlds, and the capacity in the cultural sector isn't there, the resources aren't there. I mean, Agatha is that's a really difficult story, isn't it, about building capacity in a place and then having that kind of taken away from procedural for procedural reasons. So our story in this city really started in 2020. We were asked to undertake a workspace study across the city for the cultural sector, and we identified that there was about 41% of artists were actively looking for workspace, which is just massive. And that was from a survey of about 20% of the artist community across visual, performing arts, and so forth. And the need was identified then of about 1,200 spaces across the city. There was about 390 units of space across all art forms, mostly visual arts in the city, and that had stayed static for about 10 years. So what was happening, and it's still happening, is organisations would build up a space, build up capacity, they'd be on short-term leases and they'd moving on. And I suppose our recommendations were the starting point of saying, right, how do we deal with this? How do we actually start to build space into the city where there's permanent spaces? Now, we were involved in the cultural infrastructure study that helped inform the development plan, and the development plan is a broadsword for what needs a precision scalpel. So it introduces a requirement on developers who are looking at spaces over 10,000 square metres to deliver 5% cultural use. And I think it was Phil that said actually some of those developers will get it really badly wrong. They will take the retail space that they had planned at mostly on the front edge of a building, and they'll just say, right, that can be the 5%. But I think through the introduction of the policy, we're starting to see developers understand that actually this can be so much more. It requires a lot more from them, and they are learning how to interact and build capacity of their own. And it requires far too much from the cultural sector, in my opinion, because it requires a sector that's already under-resourced to kind of step up. But the opportunities are massive for the city, because for the first time, there are spaces showing up that can fulfill a cultural function. Now, whether they do is yet to be tested, and not enough. We're too early in this cycle to see whether actually that policy works. But the opportunity's there. My great passion is co-design. That's what I spend my time doing. So thinking about how you assess a need and work with the end users to define the design. But what's really important is the operator and how you get to stable operations that can start to build in long-term sustainable value into a space. And that's what the cultural toolkit tries to do. It tries to think about need, the design for the many different art forms that there are. And some of it's very simple. It's been talked about already today. Some of it's just about giving the space over to artists and letting them, create studio spaces, performance spaces, venue spaces. Much more difficult to get, the operating model right, and requires that capacity and long-term planning and partnerships to make them work. But what's really exciting is this event's happening, the conversation's continuing, and actually there'll be more learning as we kind of keep engaging. So our role is just to work with cultural organisations and operators and try and connect them with developers who have the space and work with developers to connect with the cultural sector. So very interested in the conversations, and just want to thank again Sunil for inviting me.
Right, thank you very much. I think we're nearly out of time. I had one thought, because I know there's been reference to Newmarket Square and the 8th building, and how they basically, and Aisling Rogerson mentioned it earlier on, she's around the corner in the Fumbally, and there was something here in which that they're currently looking at, the owners, I think, are Patricia, this company, they're looking to repurpose it for retail or leisure, and it may or may not work as a market. But I'm listening to Phil talk earlier on about the project in Leeds, and particularly the outdoor gym project really struck me as something that was like, well, okay, let a gym operator take that ground floor building, but create Dublin's first free outdoor gym in the middle of Newmarket Square. It's an idea. You know what? Whatever.
Your forum idea is great.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Well,
okay,
regular
so
talking.
we're gonna stay here until we get a resolution and a solution. So just like lock the doors, and it's going to be a late one. Agatha, Claire, Chris, thank you.
Thank you.
Or, sorry, I didn't realize that. Okay, back, here we go again. We are staying in. Questions? Yes, sorry. Gentleman here, do we have a microphone? 1 second. I don't really need one. Oh, but it's always better.
Yeah. You okay there? Yeah, great. My name is Brian Tracy. I work and live in the North Inner City. I'm right up beside. In fact, I met Agata when she moved into the space there through a Polish friend that both of us have, who invited me up to look at it, because I've worked in the arts longer than I care to remember. What she moved into was an old motor. It's where you used to buy your Japanese cars. Remember when because they were the same side drive as us, and there was 2 floors of Japanese cars there for years. And then when that went bang, she moved in to one part of the building, and then eventually took part in the other part of the building. Well, and I know there was various ownership problems. Now, I live in Dublin 1, probably one of the most neglected areas in the country, right? One of the speakers here today is brave enough to open a pub on Parnell Street. For fuck's sake, Parnell Street! It's Chinatown, man! It's not the inner city. She's in the middle of the inner city, and started with photographic studios for kids, taking kids up and showing them how to do this type of thing, involved totally in the community there, but we're Dublin 1, you know, so we don't count. We're not the gate, we're up the other end of town. So that has happened. Rutland Street Schools, which is designated as a progressive arts area, can't find the money, same as her, to be developed. So we have a school that goes back to Catholic emancipation, to the 1840s, standing on Rutland Street. Anybody here know where Rutland Street is? Yeah. So that's the knowledge of a quarter of a mile away. There's 4 floors of school there, boys and girls, one of those old schools. It's just lying there. They reckon it's going to cost 36 million to renovate. And like one of the other speakers here said today about a program that when creatives get going doing things, we don't have architects' fees. We don't have health and safety consultants. We don't have this list of people who add zeros on every single thing and who delay it because they're a money-making and creative, self-creating purpose there. So a lot of us would recognize they give us a building, very much like Vanessa did here. It didn't cost 26 million to do, but if you'd given it to the council to operate the thing, they'd be adding zeros everywhere. So the thing is that we have to get real. The people that we are trying to be creative within don't really care. So we have to really be creative without. They only jump on the bandwagon when it becomes successful. You know, a band starts making money, we always knew they had it in them, you know? It started on the Late Late Show. So I think what we have to recognize is that arts are political, and most artists aren't political. And that's where the main problem starts. I've been out canvassing for the last 3 weeks. I had to ask for forgiveness for not canvassing today. And I did the street, William Street, that her location is on. And I deliberately asked people as I was knocking on the doors, what do you think happened about Delight? Most of them said, that poor girl. The way they treated her, right?
Okay.
And that is the general consensus within the area. But the council are wrapped up in red tape. And what used to be, when I started working in this business first, they didn't want you to do something, they'd ask you, had you got public liability insurance? Right? That was the big one. Have you got EL and PL, right? When we all managed to get EL and PL, it became health and safety.
Mm-hmm.
So the new way of closing you down now is health and safety. It's nothing to do with health and safety. It's just the way of closing you down.
Yeah.
So my sort of ask of you all today, it's a bit late for this election tomorrow, but get political.
Yeah, thank you very much. Andrea, at the back. Yeah.
Sorry, I've probably spoken enough today already. Just on the Newmarket thing, and to kind of echo the point that was just made, the Newmarket development went in for planning for a convenience store. There was objections. It was changed to a market space. It was built for a convenience store. They went for change of use to bring it back to a convenience store. There was objections. So I think the community in that area are a bit pissed off because planning has let them down up to now. And we're talking a lot about how developers can forge together with the creative community, but when they're making promises to put things in and then not getting it over the line and going back to something that's more commercially viable, it's very easy to see why everyone gets a bit cynical. And I don't know what my question is, but just on the point of Newmarket.
I think the single challenge with that is the stipulation that well, first of all, it's planning it out from the outset, and it's kind of in conversation with Phil about like culture comes first, the stake or the space maker comes before the space holder. But then it's also the one thing that developers do understand is commerciality, and so therefore, if there's clauses there that are so penal that like it will be absolutely not worth changing your plan on this.
We don't have enforcement.
This is a challenge, though, that needs to be made.
City and Tivoli, if we look at all the cultural spaces that have been built and left empty or looked for change of use, it's very hard to get it. And obviously, we're here to get excited. It's very hard to get excited about culture and development coming together. And I hope that through planning and things like this, that does improve.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
We actually have a bit of experience with this, with the tower building. So obviously, we are owned by the landlord, Luke. Luke owns the site on Tower Street and George's Quay. There are units next to us, like Shoe Lane Coffee, I'm sure a lot of you know there. And there's other sites as well, some of them now that are quite derelict, others that have been used. But we've been working on a food market project for that site next to us, and there's been many iterations of that as well. And I've learned a lot in the last 2 years about that. But what's been really interesting to me is kind of the building regulations. There's just so many, and this is like a space maker or a space holder kind of trying to do these things, and in particular fire as well. So I've learned that there's been many food market proposals that you probably heard about in the city, and most of them have actually fallen down because of fire and the fire officer. So in Ireland, our legislation around fire is some of the strictest in Europe, so they're incredibly challenging. They obviously are there for a reason. Safety is incredibly important. They have to protect people. But I think if we could look at how other spaces in Europe do it and what can we learn from them, because it just makes projects so much more expensive. We're going to try actually engage now early with the fire officer before putting in a plan or to lodge a planning application. But they could come back and say for the food market, you're going to need automatic fire shutters on all 4 walls of every food vendor that you have in there. That will be an extra 350,000. They might say you need a sprinkler system. That will be an extra 600,000. And all of a sudden, all of these different regs, that's an old building. And ideally, we want to revamp that. In an ideal world from sustainability, heritage, culture, it's just so much cooler to revamp a space that's already there. But there's so many roadblocks, and I think that's why so many spaces actually just get floored and they start again, because with old buildings in Dublin, it's really difficult to meet those regs and it's really, really expensive.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because we had on board, like, because of my background, I know many architects, and because many people who were coming to the building for different events, they were as well architects or engineers, like not only creatives, but they were falling in love with the building. So when they got an opportunity that DCC wanted us on some stage in 2020 when they 2019 when they took over the building, and they knew that there's lack of those fire safety structures, they asked us to design it properly. And we came up with a solution, we came up with the prices, we came up even where we could get the money from. They got the funding from European Union. So we actually, we could just start tomorrow, you know, but instead there is some blockage there with procurement process, and the landlord needs to give the permission to the tenant. So we are like, okay, let's get the permission, but then we need to have a long-term lease. Okay, let's get the long-term lease. No, you need to firstly get the short-term license. So it's just, it seems like if we could just sit down together and say, okay, so how can we make it work? Because obviously this way it's not going to work.
So it's, a lot of it's a can-do attitude and having that in the very first place.
And you know, like, I understand that they have their own things to deal with. I get it. And I'm absolutely up for safety and security and making sure, like, I want to have a dry and safe building. That's what we want for our audience, for our users. We want to be able to open it up to community, to the public. But there must be some way of doing it together, or like...
And I think another thing that's kind of like
closed for a year now.
Another thing that's kind of like needed in that regard is also, as our gentleman said here earlier, about getting political about this. And obviously we all know the kind of developments that show the bucolic scenes of the city and culture and creativity around it. And it's not just about getting an artist to spray paint hoarding, you know, and that's seen as like a nod to cultural creativity. But I think there needs to be, like, there are people, there are developers, there are people working within developments that have been made that you know, we may agree or disagree with how they came about, but they exist now. So a lot of it's, we have to work with them ultimately, and there's a dialogue, and I think the city needs to start calling out the people that are making progressive inroads towards working with the city, working with communities, working with culture, and those that aren't, you know. And I think, like, for example, within the festival in my context, I had one group, that hotel or development, sorry, that was set up, and they were like, oh, we'd love to, you know, you could do a photo shoot up on the rooftop, and we'd love to host a yoga morning in our building. And it was like, no, like, I'm not selling out, you know, you're selling a reputation down the river, but there are others that are supportive, and I think it's important to start differentiating that as well, because I think there is a danger that you tar everybody with the same brush, and that's also not helpful for pushing forward any dialogue. But it is important that the good actors and bad actors start being differentiated in the city, and that we're brave enough to start making calls about these things. And I think that's also maybe a role in which, even within businesses, you know, there are businesses that are incredibly supportive of the arts. There are businesses that are not. And, you know, not every business needs to be, and it's not necessarily beholden upon a business to support culture or creativity. But I think it's important that those that are being, again, celebrated, as you say, and that the actual significance of their, rather than the PR exercise, is being accounted for. Because I think there's a lot of, like, you know, soft earned media, and then there's a lot of actually here's hard cash donations that have made a difference. That's a little rant. Any other final questions from the floor?
I've got the mic here. I was going to ask a quick question to Agatha, and it was just in relation to...
Sorry, where is that person?
Here. It was just when you were saying about that there was a shortfall of money to continue the repair work on D-Light Studios. It does strike me that what you're missing, and you kind of referred to it there as well, that DCC are quite busy. They have a lot on their plate. It does strike me that there's a missing link. You need a helper. We could perhaps open up this discussion about there being a cultural division within Dublin City Council. The Arts Office do incredible work. They've done a lot with Turley as well to put together the developers toolkit. And I think when we came into the conversation, we did a lot of finger pointing only to sort of get to know how short-staffed DCC actually are, and that they do need more hands on deck. But again, it comes back to money as well and resources. And something we've been thinking about and talking about is a venues at risk register and maybe funds and how that would work. So if you were to reverse in time, to go back a little bit of time, how would this have worked as well as it could have for you to where you're not in this position now? Would it have been to work directly with the council, or would it have been with the department, would it have been with the Arts Council? This isn't necessarily to kind of say the council were really bad to deal with, etc. But in your experience, who has been the easiest to deal with of those three entities, Arts Council, Department, Dublin City Council? Obviously, I'm saying here and identifying the fact that Dublin City Council don't have the money and don't have the resources. Does it seem like everybody has wanted to help, and who has been the best at helping so far? Sorry, I'm thinking of a lot of different things there, but yeah.
Well, I don't know if I have an answer to that.
Sorry to put you on the spot as well. But we're trying to paint a picture of what a good scheme in the future could be that could help people like yourself not to have to close your doors.
Well, I think that just before I answer this question, if I can then say something about the 5% policy quickly, but that's after I answer this question. Well, we've met many times at the grant level people who did understand where we're coming from, and they wanted to help us. There was a particular woman, for example, in the NEIC she was making an effort to come to us to network within the community. She knew what's going on. She knew how this place, what value it has and what challenges, and that this investment can profit in the future, that maybe, like the I don't know, Pascal O'Donoghue who's coming and promising millions, then the property department was coming like, oh no, this is just politician promising you, we will have to put money on the table, so, well, we need to figure it out where to find this money from, so maybe from European Union. It kind of felt that we all working together towards the same goal, but I think that, we were getting understanding at a certain level, and that was brought then to the next department, and suddenly then we were starting from scratch again. We had to build again rapport with those new people, but also everything was taking such a long time that the people on the grant who were supporting us and who knew exactly what this case is about and were able to kind of introduce this project to the next people, they were moved to another position in another department, and suddenly we had a new person who was like, okay, what is it about? And we were starting from scratch. So I think that if we had one person who could stay with us on that project and lead us to the top, and person who knew nitty-gritty details on the DCC side, and then had this deep understanding where we're coming from and where we can find the common ground, that would be much more helpful. I can't really say that Arts office was helpful, to be honest. In our case, actually we found more obstacles with them, engaging with them, and that was very disappointing because the Arts office has been supporting us for many years, was supporting us for many years, and then suddenly in the room the conversation shifted. I don't know what happens, sometimes it's just a personality thing. So it's very difficult to answer your question, except this one, that I wish we had that few people who were at the beginning or on some stage in the process engaging with us and with other people in the community to understand what this project is about and to understand the value of it, and because they knew how DCC works and we didn't, they were the middle person. Yep. And that worked well for a while. And then we really felt we had a friend. We were just calling that person or this couple people in NEIC and like, oh, how we can do this. Oh, prepare this presentation and that will help them to understand this. Oh, this funding is coming, so now just prepare yourself for this thing. So we kind of knew, and then the DCC was informed from their perspective. They were like translating to their language, and that was very helpful to have that person who was there with us. But then one day this person was gone, and that's it. There was the next person who just had no interest in arts, didn't meet anyone yet in the area, had completely different background, moved from the completely different department. So we had nothing in common. And to build that connection again, it was very, very frustrating for us. And it may have came across sometimes that we're coming very defensive, but we're just bloody tired, you know, like just repeating over and over and over the same thing. And then waiting and waiting, like everything is taking such a long time.
I think are we good to? Yeah, we're good to wrap. Sorry, I think.
So with that 5%, I think that's a great hope for the future for culture sector, that there is this 5% included in the development in the program of the bigger developments. It is very important that people like us are engaging from the very beginning in the design, but also I just want to flag that there is as well in that 5% policy, it says that the developers who have development larger than 10,000 square meters, they need to provide the 5% for art, culture, and community. But unless there is in the nearby neighborhood already a space which provides that services, then they could invest in that space and take it against their 5%, which makes Deloitte actually, that's an option.
A viable project then.
Because we are very close, we're close by to many of the new developments, and they could potentially negotiate with DCC that, okay, we're buying this building off you. Well, that means that it's part of our development, and we redeveloping this in art culture. We're their tenant. We will be able even to pay rent because we would be bringing profit, and we're there already. So it seems like everything is like ticking loads of boxes, and I'm sure that there will be in other places similar situations around the city.
And that's a huge thing as well, I think, just to wrap on, because it's the sort of thing, it's like where we've got abandoned, neglected buildings that have fallen into disrepair. So rather than the rush to everything being new, and it's like, you got to build in this 5% on this brand new, shiny, you know, complex, which may or may not work, and we're just kind of like also a short-sighted way of considering where culture fits into it. It doesn't always have to fit into a shiny new complex.
Yeah.
There are, like the South Studios that I came out of, or likewise Deloitte, and there's multiple buildings around Dublin that could be wonderful and far more potentially charismatic, individualistic,
much more character.
Where the walls, where Dimitri's, or I think said earlier on, where the walls talk. And it's important to find buildings where the walls talk and have history.
Buildings do inspire.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Inspiration. Thank you, Agatha, Claire, Chris. Brave Lab up next. Yeah, all right.
Oh, is this on? It is. What we're going to do next is a creative exercise. So we've been busy preparing some things for you over here. So what I would ask you to do is I'd ask this half of the room to move over first and spend some time. There's 16 different vacant sites on 16 different tables over there. Pick one you'd like to work on or people you'd like to work with. Try and mix it up. If you've been chatting to the same people all day, I'd encourage you to mix it up, and we'll start that in 5 minutes. Oh yeah, we'd like there to be about 5 people per table. So make your way over to the workshop space over here for the next part. So there's a brochure on every table. Have a look and pick one that you'd like to reimagine a use for. These are all vacant sites in Dublin. So we'd like to try and get no more than 5 people per table, but okay, folks, we're about to kick off the workshop element, so come on over to the workshop side of the room. So this is a bit confusing. These are clubs that have closed down. These are different. These are just the vacant sites. So we don't have that as one. Okay. As a vacant site. Yeah. It's just the name of the table. It's confusing. Nice. Hi. Do you really want to work in this building, or doesn't matter? Yeah, I'm familiar with this. See if more people are going to join now. Okay. Okay, please make your way over so we can get you working on a vacant site.
We've got Newmarket Square. Who wouldn't want this? What a challenge.
I know.